what else has been sucking, Joe? What else has been, I mean, outside of normal, just, you know, everything just being shitty. Is there, I hope there's nothing in particular. That's definitely the kind of shitty I'm down for. Tours. Whoa, is it just like a lot of people walking around and just filming what they see? Is that all that really is? Yeah, FIFA's not the greatest either. I mean, this is why, like, it's so hard to try to be, like, moral in this world, you know? It's like people say, what was it? There's no morality in consumerism and stuff like that. It's just, everything is so difficult to handle. I appreciate it, Forrest. I mean, if I'm gonna sell out, like, hopefully I can sell out to something that's at least, you know, tangential. I still want to become Kotobukiya James Chen, you know? Oh, Pepsi? Dude, if Pepsi sponsored me, they'd have the best sponsor in the world, because it's all I ever do is drink that. I would legit, like, truly legit, like, if Arby's sponsored me and, like, somehow I could get free Arby's for, like, me and my brother for the rest of my life, dude, I would be so happy. Jesus Christ. Like, if every time I go to Arby's, like, somehow I could get, like, 2 meals for free. Like, dude, we're in there. Arby's has, like, such a ginormous variety of sandwiches that I don't think I could go I could go and get like a different thing like every time I go. I would get like they have this new barbecue sandwich. I'll get barbecue, and then they have like a like there was like a cheesesteak sandwich. Their chicken sandwiches are hella good. Their roast beef is good. They have a French dip, dude. I'd be so set if I had Arby's. Although I would get fat off of mozzarella sticks. Hey, thanks for the sub, Deadpool. Sorry I haven't continued on with the Vampire Savior stuff. Just kind of went on a cleaning binge last week and got a lot of my home clean, and I was quite happy about that. So at least I was busy doing something that was useful. All right. Here we go. A Guile coffee powered Guile. Sonic Brew, Sonic Brew, Sonic Brew, Sonic Brew. That's what he would have right there. It's actually kind of amazing. What the hell did I just do? Does that look right to you guys or something? I feel like something looks weird on like the text looks weird or something. I don't know why. It looks like it's squashed for some reason. I don't ever remember it looking like this before. Why does it look squashed all of a sudden? Has the text always looked like that? I guess it's normal, huh? Like it just looks like really bizarrely like yeah, like it doesn't look right to me for some reason. Yeah, it's like that weird old school letterboxy thing that used to happen. Let me see this. Okay. Okay, what is happening here? It's the right font size. It just got stretched somehow for some reason, I think. Um, I, I know, buddy. I know, I know. Don't worry. God. Hi. Oh, why? Why are you so cute, Nathan? Oh, oh. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to say about that. So yeah, well, not I don't have a lot to say about, but yeah, it's definitely a lot different than people are giving it credit for at this point. Hi, oh. Hey, thank you, Kevamati. Thank you for the 15 consecutive streams that you have been watching. I am trying to see if. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. Oh, oh. There we go. 400, 805. James, switch the cameras. Nathan muted the microphone. Nathan muted the microphone. It wasn't my fault. Nathan muted the microphone. Oh. Hi. 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 All right. So that's the right size. And did I stretch it height wise just to make it fit better? Is that why the text ended up that way? Oh, I guess it's been that way the whole time. I don't know why I just noticed this one time. Like it looks weird to me. All right. Well, we'll just move this down like so. So 41 plus 44 is what? 85? 85 divided by 2. What's 85 divided by 2? It's 42.5, right? So if I did like so, there we go. All right, we're just going to do it that way. Whatever. This is going to work. Oh my god, Nathan. 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 Oh, buddy. Hi, Nathan. Ugh. Okay. Let's see here. What am I trying to do here? Okay. Okay. This is what I'm trying to do. I can't see out of my glasses right now, and I don't have my glasses wiped with me. Hang on a second. Uh, what the hell? I'm glad he stayed on stream for everyone here. Uh, I mean, Vancouver would be a cool spot. I'm not gonna lie. I like Vancouver. Not Vancouver. Toronto. Toronto is a good spot. Vancouver's probably not big enough, to be honest with you. Someone was like, "Oh, we should move to, Raleigh or Baton Rouge or all these other places, Columbus." They were suggesting all these places, and none of those places have a convention center that can cover 600,000 square feet. Ah, this is bothersome. My ADHD is killing me. All right. We'll just do this then. All right. Hi, Nathan. Ah! I'll figure out something to throw in the top up there to make that not look as crazy. Uh, yeah, the Canada Cup thing was crazy, and it wasn't even necessarily Lap Cheese' fault. The Toronto, the event that Canada Cup took place in, they definitely just didn't like us, and they just ignored us basically. So it was really, really annoying. Oh God, you were the Captain America shield guy. I totally remember that. We ran into each other like on one of the escalators or like a moving floor or something, didn't we? Or it was on like I know it was like a skinny path. See, like this is how my brain remembers things. Like I totally remember I think we ran into each other like on some sort of like walkway or of some sort or something to that degree. I can't remember now. Jesus. Um, yeah, so it's getting expensive, and a lot of it is not even necessary. Well, okay, we'll get into it in just a little bit. Hang on a second. Let me see something here. So according to this, let's see. So the Atlanta Convention Center at America's Mart has it sounds like the best they have is 100,000 square feet of contiguous space. Now I know Evo 2025 said it took 600,000 square feet, but I don't know if it was contiguous. Uh, it's really, really hard to say, honestly. Um, it says the exhibition space used on the main convention floor was a massive 600,000 square foot uninterrupted area. The AI says that quoting at Las Vegas Weekly, and if I click on the Las Vegas Weekly article, let's see. Let's see what we can get here. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I mean, that's what the AI says, but you know how AI is. Regardless, like, okay, I mean, that space is giant, dude. That space was ginormous. So, let's see here. I mean, they even said that the arcade space was 32,000 square foot just by itself. So it's hard to say, honestly, because like I said, it says that. Let's see, Bleeding Cool News. Let's see, da 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 da. So Bleeding Cool News has an article here that says that. Let's see here. Evo isn't all about the competition. His fans can explore more than 600,000 square feet on the show floor, connecting them as a community and culture. So the viewing area, the stage area was huge. So, and it was only like maybe 1/5 the size the rest of the entire venue area. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wish you could disable the AI, frankly. But yeah, you like, dude, that place was ginormous. So again, all these other cities that I've looked at, the convention centers, like none of them have a floor space that is contiguous that can, in other words, all connected. A lot of the places have over 600,000 square feet, but you would have to put them in multiple ballrooms in all sorts of different places. I know the LA Convention Center square feet. Let's see. According to this thing, yeah. Let's see. Well, they don't even say anything about contiguous space at the LA Convention Center. Um, but yeah, basically actually, you know what I should do? I should just do this. Las Vegas Convention Center square footage. All right, let's see what you say now. Uh Wow, okay. The campus includes distinct halls, highlighted by the massive 1.4 million square foot West Hall, which includes a 600,000 square foot column free exhibition hall. So I think that's what Evo was using. So Evo was using that West Hall 600,000 square foot column free exhibition hall. So I think that, yeah, they were literally using that in that space. So it seems like the largest convention center is in McCormick Place in Chicago, Illinois. A lot of stuff over there. But anyways, I'll get to that in a second. Before I get to that, look, I feel bad because Nathan was being all cuddly and he just ran away and gave up, and I feel really, really awful. So let me make sure that Nathan is taken care of a little bit over here. So, jeez. All right, I'm gonna lower my speaker a little bit so I don't create that. But let's get Nathan. Oh, he hasn't left yet. Hi, Nathan. Yeah, when I say Nathan, you know I'm talking about you, huh? You recognize when I say your name. You're meowing. Nathan is meowing. Did he just circle around? Because I know he's still down there. So, yeah, you can see his tail. Look at the cabling, man. Computer setups, cabling. Oh, boy. Hi. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. You are trying to get my attention as best as you possibly can. Hi. All right. Hey, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Come on, Nathan. Oh, wait. Hang on, Nathan. Hug, 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 hug. Mwah. All right. Now you can jump up. Had to make sure I get my hugs in. All right. And then you're gonna chill up there for a while. Let me. Yeah, I know. I know, Nathan. James,
meow.
switch the cameras.
Wait, you guys can't see it? Hang on a second. Did it die?
Did it die? Oh, I never got it up. Shoot. What the hell? Thank you for that. It's always very smart for somebody to do that. There we go. Okay, okay. So I was doing all that filming of Nathan for absolutely no reason. Oh, dang. Dude, he looks like that Shaq cat. That's funny. Oh, you jumped down, Nathan? You're not supposed to jump back down. You're supposed to stay up there. Now he goes back. I think you guys can see him. Think you guys can see him? Hi, Nathan. Hi. Hi. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. All right. Hi, Nathan. Hi, good buddy. Hi, good buddy. He's definitely one of those cats that no matter where his butt is, if I start scratching him or petting him here, his butt starts to lift, you know?
Nathan. Look at his cute little paws. Look at his cute little. Yeah, I know. This is. I'm doing Nathan feet pics. Doing Nathan feet pics. Look at his cute little feet. Look at his cute little feet. Nathan's like, stop touching my feet. It's interesting. He's so used to me touching his paws. Like I'll grip his paws and stuff like that, and he's fine. You're done, aren't you? Yep, he's done. Um, like he'll be okay with me like gripping his paws. His feet, not as much. Although he's getting more used to it. Yeah, he's gonna lick up whatever's left in that bowl. Oh man. He's actually not that fat. Like if you actually look, this is where his stomach actually is. He's just one of those cats that has that primordial pouch here that they get after being neutered or spayed. I think cats just kind of some cats just develop that weird pouch. What are you doing, Nathan? You're gonna jump down? Yoink! You're gonna look for more food? Is that what you're doing? You're gonna hunt for food, even though there's no food around here, Nathan. You're gonna hunt for food. Oh, good boy. You know, as loud as he is whenever he's begging for food and stuff like that, one of the nice things is after I do feed him, he will come up to me and like thank me a lot of the times. So that's always nice. It's always nice. Oh, where did you go, Nathan? Come back. Come back. Come back. Look, guys. Flying cat. Flying cat. Okay, that was dumb. I don't know why I did that. Oh, God. People do weird things when they're around their cats, let me tell you. People do some very, very bizarre things. Ugh. Yeah. People get weird when they're around their cats, don't they, Nathan? They get weird, don't they, Nathan? Oh, dear goodness. Oh, Nathan. What a cat. What a cat. What a cat. All right. Yoink and yoink. There we go. All right. Hey, everybody should stay for the cat, Chrome Alchemist. Everybody should. Dude, you know, I just had the craziest conversation, Chrome. I was talking to my tenant who lives here with me, and I'm pretty sure you know who that is, right? I was just talking to him, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to Evo. I'm not necessarily going to Evo for Evo. I just want to meet up with a bunch of friends. Like one person that I've, talked to for a long time that I could meet for the first time was like, I've always known this guy from the UK named Chrome Alchemist. And I was like, what the hell? I was like, I literally just met him like at Combo Breaker and we had this long conversation. And I was like, what? So like, I was like, wait, what? I literally just met him and stuff. So, oh, cool. And Silo. I mean, I hope the commentary was good. Again, like I feel like I'm really good at reading what it was that people wanted to do, but like I'm always like I mean like most of the time when I talk to people and they talk to me about my commentary about their match, they're usually like, "No, James, no, that's exactly what I was trying to do." Yes, like I don't really get a lot of like people telling me like, "No, James." I've definitely gotten salty tweets from people in the past, but just the way that I stated something because I had some agendas like talking about how broken Luke's jump, heavy punch, and heavy kick were in Street Fighter 6 in season 1. They still are, honestly. Um,
Commentary, oh man, like I said, I could do like 1900 streams in a row on commentary. It's just like really really crazy. I mean, Mexico City would be cool. I mean, I think Toronto would be a good place. But like I said, we'll talk about that in just a little bit, right? So, yeah, he was telling me that you guys first interacted over. Oh God, he told me the story and I can't remember what it was. Oh, it was because you got early access to the game via like the Street Writer and stuff like that, and he was asking you to test a bunch of stuff, and you guys just ended up like talking. Oh, it was MVCI, yeah, and you guys just ended up talking, and then like got along really really well. So that should be really really cool. Well, the synchronized show, we would like to do that, but Kitty hasn't been back in Santa Monica in a while. We could do the remote stuff, but also Olaf has been really busy as well. He's been working on a game for a really long time in Godot, and he's been taking classes and stuff. So he's just like really, really busy. So we just haven't really had a chance to do a show. But recently, people were telling me that I really need to see the Fatal Fury OVA now because of the recent announcement on that. So, maybe we'll try to do an episode about that. So, but yeah, Olaf's been very, very busy. So, we just haven't had a chance to do the synchronized show at any point in time. So, MBCI was a great game, man. Like, I know that there was all like that crazy memes about it being sick and creative, but the reason why that became such a meme is because everybody who was saying that the game was sick and creative was right. The game was very sick and creative, dude. It was so good. Oh, dang, a new NBC patch just came out. Did they fix Phoenix already? Were they just like, "Oh shit," and they fixed Phoenix? Oh, okay. I mean, hopefully because yeah, they messed up. Well, that was the thing, is like it was supposed to have more DLC, like didn't like people data mine it and saw like, Wolverine and Magneto and everybody was coming, but they just didn't get a chance to release. Like they were trying to save them as DLC to like drive DLC sales or something, which was a terrible idea. I mean, they should have just put them out like at launch, but at that point they probably weren't actually done yet. Oh, it's actually a reversion patch. Did they actually yeah, oh oh shit, Bizarro Mike is in the chat. Holy crap. Yeah, well, okay, look. He'll probably have a better answer to everything. I mean, that's the crazy thing, is that I talk about this on the stream all the time, that like Marvel is a pain in the ass to work with. When MVCI first came out and Capcom was doing the little the circuit where we got rewarded where the winner got the eggs, right? The like there was those cool things where like, oh, if you won this tournament, you got to use one of these stones, right? And so like, this like the power stone let you do something on one opponent, like at one point in time. And David, being the lawyer that he was like, this is not like, it was like, with Magic the Gathering, when they just write the description of what the card can do, the language is very specific and it's very intentional because they have to take into account every which way that the language could be misinterpreted. They're not a digital platform, so having to errata a card is really annoying. So they try to be very, very careful, and in the past, this kind of thing has bit them in the ass. Well, David was like, we need to have all these powers of these Infinity Stones a lot more clear, because there's like no actual like details on this. And so like the problem is like we weren't allowed to talk about it on our Tuesday show. I hope this is okay to kind of talk about a little bit, Mike, because at this point, I don't know if anybody cares. But basically, we couldn't talk about. So David got all the language and everything cleared up with Capcom, I'm sure with Mike, you know? So, like, we were talking about it, and, you know, like, it was okay, we've determined exactly how these work. David, the lawyer, figured out the right language for it to make sure that it couldn't be abused and blah, blah, blah. And we were trying to do a stream about it forever, and we couldn't because Marvel would never respond to Capcom's request of, hey, can these guys talk about this on the stream for the MVCI tournament? Like, we weren't allowed to talk about it until Marvel gave us approval. And the thing is, we never got an answer from them. We literally never got an answer from Marvel. They never approved of it. And so when we did the stream, Mike, if you actually remember, David was like, well, this isn't official in any way, but if it were me and I was trying to help write the rules for these stones, my assumption would be that this means this, and this is how I would interpret the blah blah. Like, he literally had to talk about it like he was just assuming and that it wasn't real, etc., etc. Like, there was no way that we could talk about it as if we were officially associated with that Battle for the Stones tournament. We couldn't. Like, we couldn't say, all right, the rule has been determined, blah. Like, we just weren't allowed to talk about the tournament in any official capacity unless Marvel approved of it. And they never did. So the entire stream, David was like, well, hey, guys, my assumption, if I were running it, and if I actually worked with Capcom to help solidify the rules, what I would tell Capcom to do is to change the language to be like, and like, that was the entire stream, dude. So, like, people have no idea how, like, I know a lot of people are like, Capcom, when it comes to MVCI, but Jesus, like, oh man, like, you know, because we had little hints of behind the scenes stuff like that. Yeah, like I definitely know Marvel was very difficult to work with. And so that whole idea of like having the DLC and putting Magneto and Wolverine potentially in that, DLC instead of on launch and all that stuff, like, I'm sure they had decisions with that. I'm sure it was because of them that we couldn't reuse, the awesome Captain America theme and all that stuff like that. And I'm sure it was thanks to them the game had to be all gray and realistic looking and couldn't use the cell shaded graphics and all this other, like, literally when Maximilian and all them were going through the game and trying to make MVCI Beyond, like, they saw that there was a cell shaded like algorithm like in the game. Like, they had coded it and put it in the game, and they probably weren't allowed to use it, dude. It's crazy. Oh man, I had to get approvals in order to do an on-site tweet at Capcom Cup of the damn trophy. Oh man. Right, yeah. See, that's the thing, Popo. Like, what? Like, didn't the time stone let the user get in one free combo? Like, the user got to touch the opponent first before the opponent couldn't the user time out the opponent. Yeah, there was a lot of things like that. The language wasn't clear, and so, you know, David helped Capcom come up with the language to make it as fair as possible. And we weren't allowed to talk about it like those were the official rules because we never got approval from Marvel to talk about it. Right? Yeah, the eggs, dude. Like, Oh man, like I don't even know how. Like when you guys probably first saw the eggs, like Jesus Christ, I'm sure you guys were just like seriously. I mean, one of the crazy things too is that a lot of people talked about this Eris eggs. That's right. Didn't he like do? I forgot what he did with the eggs. I forgot if he turned them into emojis or something. But like, oh god, what was I gonna say about Infinite? Oh, the trailers. That's right. Like some of the guys who actually made the trailers, I think it was some of the UK guys, might have even been Chrome Alchemist. I can't even remember. But some guys were talking about how when they made the trailers for MVCI, they were not allowed to have any of the Marvel characters getting beat up. Like the trailers, every time someone was getting hit by a combo, they said that they were told that it always had to be Capcom characters getting beat up. Like they literally were not allowed to have trailers where any of the Marvel characters. Yeah, see, Chrome Alchemist is actually like confirming right there. Like that's how crazy the whole thing was, you know. And so like when everybody's like Capcom, it's their fault, MVCI, Capcom mismanaged. Like, look, I'm not gonna give Capcom a blatant pass, okay? But everyone's always like, you're always defending Capcom, James. Like clearly Capcom made some mistakes, right? But a lot of it is just how big Marvel got. Because if you don't remember, MVC3 came out before Marvel's the MCU started taking off, right? So Iron Man release date. So the original Iron Man movie came out on May 2nd of 2008, and then Marvel versus Capcom release date. Marvel versus Capcom came out on Jesus AI, I freaking hate you. Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is what I'm looking for. Marvel vs. Capcom 3 came out February 15th of 2011. So if we actually look at MCU movies in 2011, the MCU movies in 2011 were Thor and Captain America the First Avenger. I remember this was really, really early on because we didn't know who like Rocket Raccoon was when UMVC 3 came out. And we were just like, oh, that means they're probably going to try to promote some Guardians of the Galaxy thing. You know? So, like, Marvel didn't have that power during MVC3. They did have enough power, however, to force Capcom to release Ultimate Marvel versus Capcom like within a year of the original launch, right? Because I think that was I forgot what the reason was for that, but like I think Marvel was the one that pushed for that as well. Yeah, exactly. Rock. I can't be seen losing kind of cry. You can never lose a fight, you know? So, yeah, so UMVC 3 was basically a season one overhaul. But the crazy thing about it was so the story that I have heard, again, this is probably NDA, but I don't think anybody cares anymore at this point in time. But the story that I heard was that Japan released Marvel vs. Capcom 3. They released Ultimate Marvel Capcom 3 so early that the game did very poorly on release because everyone's like, dude, it's not even a year. It's not even a year, and you're making us to buy a new game, right? And so basically, the sales didn't do well. And again, this is not like straight facts here. This is stuff that I have heard about Japanese companies, but I have heard in Japan, like sales right at the start are everything. If your game doesn't sell well at launch, it's a failure. That's it. And also, a lot of Japanese game developing companies
are quick to like shelve projects and like, well, done. And so apparently what I had heard was when UMVC3 came out and sold very poorly, they were like, this is a failure, shelve it. They killed the entire build environment. They just like, well, we're done with this. We're not touching this anymore. And then ironically, UMVC3 was one of the games that they had that had the longest like legs of any video game that they had made recently, because it started cheaper at $40, and then I'm sure it dropped in price as it went, but apparently UMVC3 kept selling a lot. And not only did it keep selling a lot, but like was really popular on the used game circuit. And so like if Capcom could have made more copies of it, they could have like made more money fighting the used game market and stuff like that. And they could have added DLC to that game, but they had already deconstructed the entire like build on there. Yeah, Fighter in the Street. I do have the closed captions working. Let me know if they actually work. They work on Twitch, but according to my little box over here, it is working. So if you guys do want closed caption, you can press the little closed caption button there, and it should actually bring up the text. So yeah, the tsunami was definitely okay. The tsunami was one of the things that affected it, but I remember Marvel had like some weird demand or something. I can't remember. There was also a time when Capcom was a bit under fire with the amount of SF4 releases and going into SF Cross Tekken debacle. Oh yeah, I mean the on disc DLC, the launch on disc, yeah. Yes, Japanese companies project sales. So SF5 had to sell 5 million at launch as an example, and if it only sells 1 million, it's a failure. I'll never forget when the Monster Hunter team projected like 10 million in sales for Monster Hunter Iceborne because of how well Monster Hunter World sold. Yeah, a lot of how the Japanese companies work is very, very different, because I was actually told, like, obviously this was a long time ago, I don't know if it's the case now, but like Japanese games, when they come out in Japan, like it doesn't even take like 2 or 3 weekends. Like maybe a month is even actually being overly generous. But like if you're willing to wait a month, like the games are in the bargain bin already, because they're a month old. Like that's too old. Like no one cares anymore. Like it has to be like that initial sales or nothing, you know? Like if the game doesn't sell well. But like I said, the crazy thing was that UMVC3 kept selling well and apparently was one of their best sellers throughout that year. And they had already deleted the environment, and I guess I don't know how it works. I don't know how their environments are set up, but apparently they couldn't bring it back and like start making DLC. And I don't even know if they could have made DLC, because Jill and Shumagorath, who were DLC on UMVC3, people found they were on disc as well, right? So like they weren't even DLC, really. It's severely underperformed because Iceborne wasn't new player friendly. Yeah, I think that's a big part of pre-order mentality too, right? The companies are video game companies are so obsessed with pre-orders, but the pre-orders for them I think are important because that like continues to help fund the project. I don't know how it works. It's crazy. Well, so what happened, your Xbox 360 copy of UMVC3, if I'm not mistaken, what happened was that, because the license expired or whatever like that, UMVC3 was taken off the store, and so was the DLC. And I think when they came back with the digital version of it or whatever, there was like a version that you could get. I don't know if they returned on the DLC or something like that. I can't remember exactly what happened there, but exactly. There was a point where you couldn't buy Jill or Shuma. Well, they removed the Magneto costume because that was just a cultural misunderstanding problem kind of thing,
I mean, that's just the thing. Is like for them, they were like, this is a cool costume, and then for like certain cultures, it was pretty specific to things. Just like how in Japanese culture, having a relationship with your cousin is not as frowned upon as it is in other countries. So yeah, basically, to be honest, Capcom have been bad about it, but Square Enix used to be really bad about it. That year that Hitman, Tomb Raider, and Sleeping Dogs released, all those games sold between 1 to 1.5 million, and that's really good. But Sony Square Enix had projected like 5 to 7 million. So of course they were failures, and only Tomb Raider ended up getting sequels. They sold Hitman off, if I recall. Yeah, it's really crazy, honestly. It's really crazy how Japan like treats the game market. It's very different than what we're used to over here, and a lot of people don't know about that. And there's no reason that they should know about it. There's no reason, like, nobody out here is being like, you're an idiot for not knowing this, that's why Marvel, like, it's just like one of those things that if you're kind of adjacent to the industry, you learn about and stuff like that. So oh man, but yeah, the whole thing was kind of crazy for MVCI. But so, in case you guys weren't aware, an MVC3 patch came out. A UMVC3 patch came out very recently. And the crazy thing about it is, and no one can figure this out, is why? Why did it come out? It came out and it actually changed things. It actually fixed a couple of bugs. Like there was was it Kutoba escape or Kubota escape? I can't remember. And I never remember exactly what that thing did. I never could remember exactly what it did. If Chrome Alchemist is in the chat, yeah, he can mention it. But the weird thing about it is it broke Phoenix. Like it changed some code that made it so that instead of checking to see if you had 500,000, like the amount of meter that you had to be greater than or equal to 500,000, and that's 5 bars. Well, for some reason in the patch, apparently the code got changed so the equal sign disappeared or something, and so now you only turned into Dark Phoenix when you had over 500,000 health. I mean super meter, which is literally impossible because 500,000 was the max. So it should have just been greater than or equal to, and somehow that got removed, and so Phoenix could never transform into Dark Phoenix. Like, she just would die because she never had over 500,000 health. And so apparently they've just reverted it. And so I guess the Kutoba escape is back and Dark Phoenix can happen again. But that's really, really crazy. Like, why is this patch happening? Was there any patches to MVCI or MVC2? I don't think there have been, right? I don't think there was any. Well, MVC2 would be the MVC collection. But like the MVC3 one is just like really bizarre. Like why did they make a patch? And now everybody's like, "Oh my god, are they about to announce some new Marvel versus Capcom thing? Blah 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 blah, or they're bored." Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe. Who knows, dude? Right. That's the thing. Like, it would have made sense if it was like Bloom came out and like people checked it and was like, "Oh, it's some weird driver thing," right? But they actually fixed some bugs, which is so weird. It was kind of crazy. Well, the Juggernaut glitch is in the game again, if you remember, because what happened was it wasn't in there, but they made an option in the game's menu that you could turn it back on. It just doesn't work in ranked. So ranked, you have to play with it off. But if you're playing locally at a tournament, you can turn that feature on. You can turn on the jug. They changed it to a menu item at some point in time. MVCI got an update last July, but I mean that's like a year ago, right? And yeah, I see. Like this is the crazy thing is like, it's hard because like
again, the way that Japan works, right? Like they could fix Vampire Savior a little bit in the Capcom Fighting Collection. They could fix CVS 2 a little bit in the Capcom Fighting Collection 2. They could probably do a few bug fixes to the MVC collection as well. Like I would like one particular bug removed from Coda and MSH that were in the arcade, but I would just like it removed so that it's in neither. But you know, well, it can't be out of the arcade, but just have remove this bug on the home version because it's a bug in the arcade and it shouldn't exist. So, but yeah, like I don't know if there's sort of impetus for Capcom to tweak any of these collections at this point because they've come out, they've sold, and I know they wanted them to do big stuff and like try to revive some old scenes, but you know, like I know I talked to everybody in the VSAV community in America. Like everybody was ready to jump ship to the Capcom Fighting Collection version of Vampire Savior because it would be officially supported. It would be easier for a lot of people to get to. You know, Fightcade always has that problem that it can't be supported by Capcom because it's an emulator and all that stuff. And so, like, they were all ready to just be like, let's go, Capcom Fighting Collection. But the problem was that the speed was a little off. Now, it's tough because, like, apparently Fightcade, Mister, and the CFC collection, the CFC 2 collection, and the arcade board, like, are all, like, slightly different speeds or something like that. But the other part was that they said that the net code wasn't particularly strong. I think VSync was on by default and you can't turn it off unless you manually edit a properties file through Notepad. And so there was just a lot of little things in that game that like made it enough. I remember TNS ran a very early VSAV tournament on CFC2 and all the players were just like, bro, like I was playing my match and like I couldn't do anything kind of stuff. So it was like kind of crazy. So I feel like if we get Marvel 3 in a collection, we should get both versions. Wait, you mean Marvel 3 and Ultimate Marvel 3? Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, I had said that I feel like Capcom needs to come out with the Capcom Rebirth collection and put Street Fighter 4, all 5 versions in there, and Marvel versus Capcom, both versions in there, right? Now I know some people have said, yeah, and then also put Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and I'm like, all right, we'll put Street Fighter Cross Tekken in there because I am a historian. I want things to be preserved. Having, you know, the ability to have that be purchasable in the future for PC format would be nice. And then I think, honestly, I think one of the best things about putting Street Fighter Cross Tekken on that collection is that, you know, people would actually be able to play it and realize how terrible that game is. God. Ugh. Anyways, look, it's a meme, but it's not a meme, but it's a meme on how much I hate Street Fighter Cross Tekken. I really do hate that game a lot. Sorry, Mike. I don't know. Wait, were you working on at Capcom when Cross Tekken was a thing? I don't think you were there yet. So I don't think you had anything to do with Street Fighter Cross Tekken. Yeah, okay. That's right. That was Matt. Matt was working there at that time. And Seth was there, but Seth wasn't allowed. He didn't have as much hands-on Cross Tekken. I think Cross Tekken was a pure Ono baby kind of thing. But yeah. Do Capcom and Namco still have that relationship? Would it be logically doable to put Street Fighter Cross Tekken on a collection? That's the other thing. They would have to get permission from Bandai Namco in order to do that. I don't know what their relationship is. I'm sure they're friends. Like it's like I think they're really good. So you said it, Mike. You said it, Mike.
I am not going to. I am not going to spread unsubstantiated rumors about any sort of dude. Those little video shorts that they made for Street Fighter Cross Tekken were like the best part of Street Fighter Cross Tekken, like without question. Those little movies that they made where they have the characters interact, those were the best things about Street Fighter Cross Tekken. Like, chef's kiss. They were great, and that was like it. That like I know a lot of people like the game, and I'm sorry that I keep propagating this, and I know a lot of Cross Tekken people get mad at me. And Chrome, if you're still there, C4 gets mad at me about this all the time. Me and C4 are always making jokes about Street Fighter Cross Tekken. Yeah, I still just do not like that game. I don't like that game. I am like adamantly against that game. And it's still crazy to me that people will talk about like, oh my god, the combos are so creative in that game. I'm like, dude, everybody does the same damn combo. You know, like honestly. Hey, what's Shay? Holy crap. Dude, how you doing? Glad to see that you're actually here, man. How God, like I hope everything is okay for you, man. Dude, a lot of people love that game, Mike. LPN loves that game. I know Ricky Ortiz loves that game. A whole bunch of people's actually love that game, honestly. But, well, CFJ, I mean, CFJ, there's a reason why I made the combo video for Capcom Fighting Jam that I made. Because while there were some funny combos in there, I was kind of making fun of the game at the same time. That was not a very good game either. It's not a very good game. So, but Street Fighter Cross Tekken, I've never been able to get. It was just ugly, and I just really thought like the characters were all so homogenized by the existence of everybody having chain combos that they were able to homogenize everyone's damage. Like Vega had the same damage as everybody else. You know, like it was just all those weird things they had to do, and like the juggle requirements weren't very, like special. And I don't know, the whole thing was just like, I really like the Tekken characters were really strong because they had Tekken-y things in them. And then the Street Fighter characters were like okay, but like they were just strong because I think Capcom just knew how to work with them a little bit better. But I hated the way that the chain combos worked in that game. I really hated how they worked in that game. I mean, the charging special moves was cute, but like, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Street Fighter Cross Tekken, one of the reasons why I get so mad at this game is because it literally feels like that game where they gave Homer Simpson the money to make his own car, and then he makes that thing and it like bankrupts his stepbrother, right? Like it really felt like, hey, let's add this special move charging feature. Let's add Pandora. Let's add this crossover thing where you could control both characters, but then let's get rid of that and make it so that the other character is just controlled by the computer. Let's add, like, they added so much shit to that game, and none of it was created in a way for any of those features to be cohesive. Like, nothing they created was designed to be cohesive. It was just some going like, cool, let's add this, cool, let's add this, cool, let's add this, cool, let's add this. And when it came out, they were like, well, we got to nerf this system mechanic because we don't know
Oh shit, we gotta find a reason for people to actually use Pandora. Like, they had to buff Pandora in like some way because it was literally completely useless, right? Like, nothing they did, and like with this gem system that was all there, nothing, all that other shit that happened had nothing to do with the gem system. Like, nothing was like this. Everything was just like pew, pew, and so like I look at that game and I like my OCD triggers because it's just such a mess. That game is just such a mess. Like, there's no cohesive thought throughout that game. And I've always said, if I made a Rival Schools, if I made a Darkstalkers, blah, 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 the thing that I'm most concerned about is how the game feels, the audience that I'm targeting, and kind of creating a world building, and not only just a world building, but a rhythm building, right? You want your game to play a certain way. You want it to have a certain speed. You want it to have a certain feel to it, right? Like, it's easy for, like, I could say, like, I want to make the Rival Schools game a tag fighter, but not as chaotic as Marvel games. So I would have to come up a way to create mechanics that fulfill that, not just mechanic. Let's try it. Like, it would be like, let's make the mechanic work this way because I think that will give me the feel that I want. And you would play test it and not worry about the balance of the mechanic, but make sure the mechanic feels a certain way, and then you can tweak it afterwards in terms of risk, reward, strength, weakness, whatever, blah, 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 blah. But you want to build a game a way so that it feels a certain way. Like, I want to have a tag fighter that's not as chaotic as a Marvel, Dragon Ball, Invincible Versus kind of game. But at the same time, I still want to have it have a little bit of franticness in it so that players who don't play tag games and like Street Fighter can actually enjoy and actually experience a tag fighting game. Because a lot of people who play Street Fighter, they'll go to Marvel and then they're just like, what? And like, screw this. This is stupid, right? When they had that throwback year at Evo of Marvel, the whole audience was like, this is the game people are talking about? Like, one character gets hit and they die like every time. Didn't help that there were like 4 May Cries. If it wasn't for Hayao, the Third Strike tournament might have been just as bad outside of MOV trolling everybody by playing as Elena. But Hayao, like, he made that Third Strike tournament, right? And so, like, Street Fighter Cross Tekken, it was just like they just made shit up. It just didn't feel like it was a cohesive game. It didn't feel like there was a plan. If I made a Darkstalkers game, I'd need it to feel a certain way. If Darkstalkers doesn't feel ridiculously fast paced, if Darkstalkers if a new Darkstalkers game ends up being a game where frame data matters, we made a mistake. Okay? Like, you cannot make a Darkstalkers game where frame data matters, right? Like, the game has to be frantic. And you've got to put weird execution barriers in for defensive mechanics and stuff. Like, it's got to be just like the craziest game. So, like, it's really, really interesting. Well, that's the thing, is that HNK is only an Evo Japan game. There is no HNK official at Evo Worlds. They only put it in Japan because they knew that only the Japan audience would care. Or not just look at it and laugh, right? Or just be like, what the heck? Because there just is a big scene out there. And I think there's one guy high up in the Evo Japan team who loves that game. And I think he's, just been like, please put it in, kind of thing. So, but HNK is not an official game at Evo World. It's not there. So, hello, SV Douglas. I'm sure you've been in here before, but this thing always tells me first words, even though I don't think it is. But regardless, how did we get to this point? We were talking about MVC, MVCI, and all this other stuff, and then we started talking about the collection. Then it went to Street Fighter Cross Tekken, etc., etc. I don't even remember how we even got to this point. Um, Welcome to the Chenzor Dynasty streams. Dude, this is how it always goes. Eventually, I'm like, what was I talking about? I don't remember. Um, so yeah, oh, I mean, we were talking about the Marvel, the MVCI thing on just how painful Marvel was to work with and how hard they made Capcom's life. Like I always tried to kind of like hint at that back when MVCI was out, but like I couldn't just outright say it. Now it's been so long, and I don't think anybody cares. And it's not like I'm breaking any crazy NDAs just by saying that. Yeah, I'm guessing Marvel was the biggest problem. Like you just have to go and read anything about the way Marvel treats their property now. Like they have every right to feel this way, but they feel like they kind of rule the world. At least they did during like the Infinity War Endgame period. Obviously, since then, it's tapered off a little bit because people are just like really mad, and like the whole Kang storyline and the multiverse thing. Like it felt like what happened in the second big phase, not phase, because phase 1, 2, and 3 was the Infinity Saga, and then the multiverse saga. A lot of it felt like the same as Street Fighter Cross Tekken. Like every time we watched a new movie, we were waiting for that movie to tie things together. Like, oh, this is what's happening. Because like in the Infinity, arc, like building the Avengers was like exactly where it started, right? And even the Captain America movie, like everybody who's in the know knew that that was the Space Stone in the Captain America movie, right? And so we're all just like, oh, this is going Infinity Stones. And like every movie kind of added to that. And then when you went to when you got to the multiverse arc, like every movie came out and they're like, oh yeah, multiverse. Oh yeah, multiverse. Oh yeah, multiverse. And then none of them talked to each other, right? Like Loki with like he who should not be like he who's at the end of the world or whatever his name was, like that whole thing should have been such a big deal, but like it eventually bled into Deadpool and Wolverine, which I was super happy about. But like outside of that, like there was no connections through any of the storylines. People were just like the multiverse that existed in Loki felt like a different multiverse that existed in Doctor Strange, felt like a different multiverse that existed in, like they all just like didn't feel like they were connected. You know what I mean? Like it was weird. I'm not sure how that happened. Like you could make the multiverse work, honestly. You could make the multiverse work, but it didn't feel like they had someone planning it, which is the same thing that happened to the sequel trilogy of Star Wars. I'm not going to go into any more depth because then I get really angry and passionate, but the fact that they didn't write what the story arc of the sequel 3 movies were supposed to be from beginning to end, and let everybody who made a new movie just make up whatever they felt like, what are you doing? What what are you doing? Like, huh? And then yeah, obviously the Jonathan Majors thing happened, and that even put a bigger kibosh on the multiverse stuff. Um so like now they're bringing in Doctor Doom, and I like it, like there's what it's like we're the end of phase 5, I think, or something. And so Doctor Doom gets introduced at the end of phase 5, and then what is phase 6 gonna be Doctor Doom arc? And then does Doctor Doom get defeated and then we have no more Doctor Doom? Like we had Thanos for a whole entire arc, right? If we get Doom for only one phase, like there are problems here. So I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. So we are at phase 7. So we are starting phase 7 already. Okay. So they've officially jumped us to the newest arc, basically. So in other words, these Avengers. Oh God, see, I'm so confused by how they're organizing this. MCU Phase 6. So MCU Phase 6. Oh, okay. Fantastic Four, Brand New Day, Avengers Doomsday, and then Avengers Secret War. Yeah, so we're still in Phase 6. We're still in Phase 6 right now, Winter Soldier. We're not even in 7 yet. And so what? Like, so yeah, Secret Wars is going to be the epic conclusion to the multiverse saga, but like Doctor Doom had better still be around. That's the thing. It's like I don't understand. Like I felt like the what made the MCU work so well very early on is that everybody could tell it was leading up to a big story. Even if you weren't like some crazy Marvel guy, you would hear your friends be like, "Oh my God, this is the Infinity Thanos, Thanos, Thanos," and people are like, "Who's Thanos?" You know, like kind of a thing. But like you could feel like then the stories would cross over, and like what happened in Endgame matters in like what happened in Civil War affects what happens here, and what happens in this movie affected what happened there. Then we get to this multiverse saga, and like nothing that happens in anything happens affects anywhere else, right? Like finding America Ferrera's character in the multiverse in the multiverse of madness should be a really freaking big deal. This girl can jump between multiverses. And what? She's just at Camartage now, just like hanging out and just training magic, right? Why the hell did we introduce Thanos' brother? Why did we introduce, Charlize Theron? Like why? What? There was that whole Blade situation that's gone now. Kit Harington was supposed to be the Black Knight who was in the Eternals. The Eternals I actually enjoyed, and I know a lot of people don't like it, but I really like the Eternals because it felt like it actually did tie a lot. So in my opinion, the Eternals was like one of the most important movies in the multiverse saga, right? In the multiverse arc here, because it made Endgame work. Without Eternals, Endgame doesn't work, in my opinion. And so that's one of the reasons why I really love the Eternals movie. But I also thought it was like really different. And everyone's like, we're just getting the same stupid origin story movies over and over and over again. I'm sick of those. Do something different. They did Eternals, and everyone was like, why isn't this like all the other movies? Why is this weird? Why did you stray from the formula? It's just like, people don't know what they want. People didn't know what they want. So Chrome Alchemist, it's a weird one. It is nothing like any of the other Marvel movies. Hang on a second, let me do something really quick. It is very different than the other Marvel movies, and I'm sad we're not going to get a sequel of them. But like, it's really interesting. I mean, not to spoil it, not to, I mean, do you know the plot beats that happen in the movie Chrome Alchemist? Like, if I start spoiling parts of it, like, would that be a problem? If I start spoiling parts of it, I might be one of the first people to say I unironically enjoyed that movie. But also, like, I'm also a big MCU junkie, so like, I generally think of the movies a lot more favorable. Uh, you actually know nothing. Okay, well, so, whew. Did you see Deadpool Wolverine? Did you see Deadpool Wolverine? Because I can give you a little context out of that movie. Because it makes it a little bit easier. Okay, so Deadpool Wolverine, they are trying to get Wait, was it Deadpool and Wolverine where they were actually trying to get the adamantium from the big giant thing coming out of the Indian Ocean? That was Deadpool Wolverine, right? No, that was Brave New World. That's right. Did you see Captain America Brave New World? Did you see Captain America Brave New World, Chrome Alchemist? Um, you saw Brave New World. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, so there's that thing coming out of the ocean where the adamantium is, and everyone's trying to get the adamantium. The thing coming out of the ocean is a celestial, right? And that's why they call it Celestial Island, if I'm not mistaken. Well, in Eternals, it reveals that like multiple planets are just eggs to birth celestials. And so basically, the Eternals, the planet is there, there's a celestial inside, wants to come to life and kill the planet, basically. Well, it was supposed to actually have happened already. So what happens is that the Eternals, they're called Eternals because they're there forever. They're to watch the planet, babysit it, and not interfere with anything that happens on Earth. Let it take its course, but just make sure that it gets to the point where the Celestial can be born. And to do that, the planet has to basically increase in population to give it enough life energy. I guess this is Final Fantasy VII or something, to basically birth, right? Well, the celestial birth got completely messed up by the snap. So they say this in the Eternals movie, that the snap delayed the celestial birth because they lost half the people on the planet, right? So gone, right? And so they were like, whoops, right? And they couldn't really do it. They couldn't fight Thanos or because they're just not allowed to interfere. Well, then the blip happened. Everybody comes back. So now the Celestial is on its way to being born again. Now, how the Celestial obviously didn't get born, it's now just sitting floating in the Indian Ocean. I won't get into that detail, but what a lot of people have theorized and what a lot of people have talked about, which I think is really kind of neat, and if they actually intended this, this is awesome, but when Doctor Strange says that he sees only one scenario that they win, he might not have actually seen how everything plays out. He just knows like certain key things that have to happen for them to win. And by winning is, okay, Thanos is dead and we're all still alive. Like, okay, like there's only like one path to this, but he doesn't know the exact details of it. Because the thing about it is, if on Thanos' home planet, they ripped the gauntlet off of Thanos' hand and Star-Lord didn't punch him and they stopped Thanos, the Earth blows up. The Earth dies. So, like, if they had stopped Thanos, the Earth blows up because the Celestial gets bored. Snapping literally reduces the population that delays it. Something else happens in the Eternals that changes the course of the Celestial's birth based on the fact that half the people disappeared. I'm not going to spoil that part. That causes it so that in the end, spoilers, but you already know the Celestial doesn't get born. So, in essence, without the Eternals movie happening the way it did and with the snap happening, the entire Earth would have been destroyed. So, that's basically why I actually really like what Eternals did. It explains a little bit better why Doctor Strange, his only option, like the only way they could have won is to give him the time stone, let him win and snap everybody. Like, that makes no sense. Like, literally, right there on that planet, they just ripped the gauntlet off him and just, like, stabbed him to death. Like, that would have been it, right? That plan was working. But had they done that, they wouldn't have delayed the celestial thing. The other thing that happened that I'm not spoiling wouldn't have happened, and the celestial would have been born, and Earth would have been dead, and everybody would be dead. So when Doctor Strange says the only one scenario in which we win, he wasn't. What he meant by win was not really defined. Maybe he was like, jump into the future. God, we're all dead. 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 And then eventually was like, jump into the future. Wait, we lived? Wait, what happens in this timeline? Wait, I have to give him the time stone? You know, something like that. So, like, it's interesting that way. Now, the plot of Eternals doesn't really talk about that. So when you watch Eternals, you're not going to see any of that discussed. They do discuss that the snap delayed the birth of the Eternals, and there is one like small plot point that leads to how Eternals turns out that I don't want to spoil. It's not even a big spoiler anyway. It's not even a major spoiler, but I just rather for you to see it, you know, and gather some stuff. But they don't talk about that in any other way. So, you know, it's not that it's related to all that, but again, for me, like what made the MCU interesting was all the interrelations between all the movies and the stories. And if that's literally what they were kind of using Eternals for, to kind of justify Doctor Strange's there's only one way we survive this, then I mean, giving Thanos the time stone and letting him win, and then Tony Stark inventing time travel, like yeah, that feels like the only way you can win. And he's probably going through time and he's like, okay, in this future, Thanos is dead. We're all alive except for Black Widow. Oh. Whatever. You know? There is my other, but I do want to postulate a second theory about the one single victory. This is purely my theory. This is what I came up with in my head to justify the one result thing. Is that Doctor Strange went into the future and was like, Thanos is dead. So, like, okay, in this scenario we win. This scenario we win. Oh, dude, we win all these scenarios. Wait, this is the only scenario where Tony Stark dies. Fuck that guy. And so he just went that path instead because he hated Tony Stark. Because those two didn't like each other. So he was like, yeah, I can get rid of Tony Stark too. I may turn him into a martyr, but I'm done, but I don't have to deal with him anymore. So that's my other theory. Anyways, I don't know why I ended up talking about all of this. Dude, if you want to talk about Star Wars, I mean, like, if you guys haven't seen Andor, I mean, please do. Please do. Oh, man. Doctor Strange was weird to me because that first movie was literally just like Iron Man. Two assholes having bad days, two rich assholes. Yep, basically. Oh, man. Again, like Moon Knight's just weird because like you watch Moon Knight and I swear to God, like as I was watching it, like when they were getting towards the late stage stuff with the asylum and everything, like I thought they were gonna like reveal like crazy character returning and like, oh my God, this is how it's tying into the, and then they didn't do any of it. And I was like, oh, come on. Come on. Like every movie I kept watching in phase 4 and 5, I was just like, oh shit, like they're gonna tie it by. Oh. And then the one movie that actually tried to advance the plot the most, which was Ant-Man and the Wasp, is just like I said, I like almost everything out of the MCU, but Ant-Man and the I'm not Ant-Man and the Wasp, the Quantum Mania. Quantum Mania was not it, dude. Quantum Mania was not it. Oh man. Oh boy. But would a Star Wars fighter fit as a guest in MVC4? I mean, they could totally do it. And if Kevin Feige had his way, he would probably put Ahsoka and Asajj Ventress in the game because like, shout outs to not Kevin Feige. If why can I never remember his name? The new Star Wars guy. Shoot. I can never remember his name. Dave Filoni. Thank you, Dave Filoni. If Dave Filoni had his way, Ahsoka and Asajj Ventress would be in there, because, like, say what you will about Dave Filoni and doing a lot to fix a lot of the Star Wars universe, along with Jon Favreau and stuff like that. But Dave Filoni, like, he loves his characters so much. Holy crap. He's like, I'm going to make up these characters and now I'm going to weave them through the entire history of Star Wars. They're going to be a part of everything that's ever happened. Filoni is Filoni. Glad I tuned into these lore bombs. Holy, hope you all doing well tonight. You have Mr. King. Like, a lot of people don't know, like, I am obsessed with lore stuff like this, and that's the reason why I never want to see Mike Haggar as a fighter in Street Fighter, because he's a former Street Fighter champion. So, like, he should be broken. Like, I don't want Haggar to show up in Street Fighter 6 where everyone except every grappler except Zangief just, like, hates life and sucks. I don't want to ruin Mike Haggar's legacy, which is why I want Jessica Haggar in the game instead, which is Mike Haggar's daughter. You could call her Jessica, but then you could just call her Haggar and turn her into a Haggar function. Like, literally just make it Jessica, supermodel-esque blonde chick, but, like, have her do the like that, and, like, actually do, like, body splashes, and, like, actually do, like, the pile drivers and jump in the air and go boom and stuff like she's just mad because Cody went to jail, and she was like, you know what, I'm done with this. I don't, like, I can't even rely on Cody, who saved me, to save me anymore. No, screw that guy. I'm gonna learn how to fight on my own. And so she goes and learns her dad's fighting style, and now she's like super wrestler, dude. Like, I think that would so cool, dude. I think that would be so cool. Wait, the Abigail reveal? Yeah, then Cody became the mayor, not the major, the mayor. But yeah, I want Jessica. I would love Jessica in there. So I kind of remember that now, Mike. I kind of remember that now. It's one of the hardest things, right? Like, I would love to see, like, the next season be like a pack of, like, the Metro City characters. Like, I want Maki to be in an official Street Fighter game, right? Even though she's in Alpha 3-ish, I don't count it. I don't think that makes her part of the official Street Fighter timeline, just like I didn't think that put Eagle or Ingrid in the official Street Fighter timeline. That was just kind of like, you know, bonus characters, throw them in there, cool. But they weren't, like, officially in the game. I don't even necessarily, like, I mean, Julie and Junie kind of counted. But they were weird. They felt so incomplete. That's the weird part about them, honestly. But that's the other thing, right? Maki, to be fair, plays extremely differently than Kim. Like, very differently. Lucia is also pretty different, although they have a lot of things that they do share. But, you know, and now that Kimberly's been out for a while, Kimberly is, without question, the most mixy of those mixed characters. Like, Guy isn't even as mixy as Kimberly. Like, Kimberly is like grappler, but instead of command grabs, it's just mix up. Like, she makes your life suffer. Also, her neutral is really bad, right? So Kimberly's neutral is really bad. Those ninja characters have always kind of had pretty good neutral. Like Guy's standing medium kick has always been one of like the broken buttons. Like in Alpha 1 it was cancelable, which was like what are you doing? So in Alpha 2 like they made it so that I think Alpha 2 was still cancelable. It was Alpha 3 they got rid of it. Now only crouching medium kick was cancelable. But Guy's cancelable standing medium kick was actually kind of crazy before. What's up, Valiant Vincent? Hello, hello. Makia's Guy meets Fuerte? No, no. She doesn't have a lot of mix ups. She's actually more off the wall shenanigans, but like if she does the running hop kick thing, that's not even a high. It's not even a mix up. You could just low block that move. You know, like it gave her, I think, better frame advantage, but who the hell cared about frame advantage back then? But yeah, like there was like she didn't really have like a real high low mix up, you know, in that way off of the runs. The run hop that she had was so fast that they did not put it as an overhead. So she actually ends up playing really differently. The only thing that would make her really similar to Kimberly is that she does have a command grab, although Kimberly doesn't have it on the ground. But you know, Maki does have a command grab. You know, they would be similar, but you can make them very different enough. Let's just put it that way. You can definitely make them very different enough. Because again, all four of those characters, Guy, Maki, Lucia, and Kimberly, are all the run characters. They all have Bushin run, which is weird because literally Lucia, like, has no Bushin training. They just made her a run character because she's from Final Fight, right? Like, it's just weird. Like, she just has run abilities. And she's the most different out of them because obviously she has a fireball and stuff like that. So, you know, they tried to make Lucia a little bit different. But you could make all four of them fight differently enough. Now, if you released all of them in the same DLC pack, people would be mad because they'd be like, why did you give us four of the same character? And they wouldn't be wrong. So it would still be a bad idea for them to do that. It would be better if they put in like Guy, Jessica, and then they put in like Saddam, and then like people would probably want Cody. If you came out with a Metro City pack, you didn't put Cody in there, I think people would be mad. I think people would be mad. So yeah, I mean, look, I told you how old I was, Chrome. Like like I put that tweet out on Maine, and I love the fact that some people are like, "Yo, James," like, wait, but I literally put it out. I tweeted out. I was like, I'm not gonna lie, but older pie is kind of doing it for me. Because I don't really like characters when they're like young and annoying. You know what I mean? Kind of a thing. So oh man. But Saddam needs to come back because he hasn't been back since Alpha. He's the only character besides Julian Junie who hasn't made it back into a game since Alpha. And then, like I said, I want Jessica because I don't want Haggard. I think she would be hilarious. Guy, you know, people want Guy. And then you got to put Cody in there. So, well, that's the thing. Like, even when Cammy was younger, she, like, the thing that I'm concerned the most about the movie is that they're just making Cammy into Jury. But when she was younger and she was one of the killer bees, like she didn't talk. She was quiet. She was, you know, brainwashed and stuff like that. So she didn't really have a personality. So she wasn't like, wee, annoying, right? Like, so like, I don't like Yuffie and I don't like Selfie. And I'm really sad that Riku kind of turned out that way in 10, right? I'm just not a fan of like archetype, character. Kind of drives me nuts. Um, so yeah, Riku does get better. Yeah, he does get better. I mean, that's not true, Flashy Flash. Flashy Flash in the chat says, I also hate Ingrid. That is not true because the word hate does not encompass enough of how I feel about Ingrid. But, Cammy was never like that. She was always serious the whole time. She was super serious the entire time, right? So like I never got annoyed by her character kind of a thing. So, yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Any case, how did we get onto this topic opposite? Yeah, like I didn't like Sakura when she first came out. I was like the only person on the internet that was like decidedly anti Sakura when she first came out. I was like, why is she in this game? Like, what the hell? She's a schoolgirl. She should be dead. I was like, she goes up against anybody. She could go up against Joe from Street Fighter 1. Joe would probably, end her. I was just like like she doesn't have like any powers. Like she's like, why does she fight so well? You know what I mean? Like she didn't she like in Alpha 2 when she first showed up and she's like top tier in that game. Like she like why is she fighting Zangief? You know what I mean? Like I don't understand. Like I don't get it. I don't get it. Like Rose, I only came a little bit warmer on because at least I really like the idea of having an opposite of psycho power with soul power. So I was kind of interested in that storyline in there. But like, I never liked Sakura either. Oh my god, Ryu, I'm the biggest fan. Oh my god, I'm a schoolgirl and I can fight really, really well. I'm like, what? What? Why? Why? So I was never a fan of that character much either. So I've never really been into the kind of like rambunctious kind of character. You know what I mean? Like it's just kind of yeah. Anyways, she only exists because of Jury. Wait, Sakura? What are you talking about? Well, I mean, she was supposed to be kind of like Dan, but she was really, really good. She was really strong, right? So there was no way they were trying to make her a Dan. Like, they just wasn't happening at all. So, I don't know. I don't. I wouldn't say it was a crush. Okay, it's not a crush. Despite what certain animes tried to do, I no, no, we are not going killing joke here. Okay, we are not gonna killing joke that relationship. Okay, and I'm not talking about the comic. I'm talking about the animated movie. We're not doing that. Okay. Yeah, Aki has a crush on Fang, but that aspect is discussed, right? Because Fang, like, has no feeling towards anybody. He doesn't feel anymore. The poison corrupted him and he doesn't feel anymore. And Aki literally talks about how she's in love with Fang, but Fang will never reciprocate that feeling and she's okay with it. Like she's like, that's fine. You know what I mean? Like it's interesting. It's less it's there's a little depth to it, I guess, is what's going on in there. Yeah, Fang does love Bison, but not because of that kind of emotion. So yeah. I'm way more with older Cammy, but yeah, I do not like this movie Cammy. So for me, Cammy's always gonna be Delta Red Cammy. I if you held a gun up to my head, you wouldn't even start to lift the gun up if you asked me, who do you like better, Delta Red or Killer B Cammy? It would be like, who do you? I'd be like, Delta Red Cammy. It's just like, that's it. That's the end of it. So, Carlos Blanca. You know what the best thing about this is? You know what the best thing about this? And you know what? We can actually make a clip of this, okay? We can actually, editor, you can make a clip of this. Because that whole thing of Carlos Blanca and the joke about Charlie Nash actually being Blanca, I am the first person to ever have put that into the universe. I made a post about this on AGSF2 so long ago. And the post was just like, look, I'm just like, I'm gonna write this up as seriously as possible, but I'm just joking. I know this isn't true, but I just wanna make the joke. And I wrote this huge post where I was like, oh my God, like the waterfall scene in the background in Alpha 2 takes place in Brazil. And when Nash gets shot, he falls off the waterfall. They're trying to set it up so that this whole time, Nash is Blanca. That's the new lore. Just kidding. Whatever. I'm having fun. And then they did it in Street Fighter the movie, and I was like, you stole my idea. What the hell? I was like, what the hell, Street Fighter the movie? Like, why would you do this? Like, I was joking. You shouldn't have actually done this. Like, I hope you didn't find my post and think it was real. Dude, swear to God, Billy Badass, if you go and look for it, if you go and look for my post on AGSF2, it will be dated before the Street Fighter movie. It will be dated way before Street Fighter the movie, okay? Seriously. Oh, that's right, they did it. Well, the USA cartoon was supposed to sort of be a sequel of the movie, which is why they all had the same names and all that stuff like that. But then they just took it in the completely different direction. So, but yeah, like literally, I am the first person to ever put into the universe that Charlie Nash became Blanca. I am literally the first person that put that into the universe. In any case, I want to talk about all this other stuff over here. So let's actually do that, shall we? Let's actually talk about Evo numbers here. So let me just do an official introduction just in case he wants to use it. Just in case the editor wants to use it. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. Obviously, one of the big topics in the fighting game community recently has been Evo registration numbers. Oh boy. And you know, a lot of people have seen the numbers, and compared to last year, they are low. They are very, very low. And a lot of people have been talking about this. A lot of people have been talking about how this is a sign that, like, Evo is, you know, people are abandoning Evo and da 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 da, all this other stuff. And I get it. I get why a lot of people are talking about it this way. What am I looking for? This is what I'm looking for over here. However, you know, it's like a lot of people are really doom and glooming. Like one person just says, like, excuse me for the blasphemy, but I'm just quoting. Someone just quotes the Evo tweet with Jesus Christ. And the other one's like, down 5,000 entrants from the last SF6 Evo bracket. This is totally normal thing that happens very often, you know, in regards to Street Fighter 6 and having 7,400 entrants at Evo Japan. Oh, you're talking about Yuri. You're talking about Yuri. Yuri from Billy Badass. Are you Spanish or Mexican by any chance? I mean, maybe. No, but that would be Huri. That wouldn't be Yuri. Maybe you're German. Maybe you're German. I don't know. But like, someone posted up the decrease in percentages from Evo 2025 Worlds, right? Street Fighter 6 went down 43%. Tekken 8 went down 47%. Guilty Gear Strive went down 40%. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising went down 50%. Under Night in Birth went down 60%. Blaze Blue Central Fiction went down 4%. Oh, 0.4%. We'll get into that in just a little bit. VF5 went down 47%. City of the Wolves went down 72%. 72%. And the only game that went up in entrance went up by a whopping 451%. They quadrupled their numbers this year, and that is because it's the greatest fighting game of all time, and that's Vampire Savior. Woo! Vampire Savior, let's go! No, I'm just kidding. It went from 47 entrants to 259 entrants. So, it's like going from like just the side game to like one of the main games, it's gonna happen. And same thing for Blaze Blue Central Fiction, right? So literally it went from 249 entrants to 248 because it's also an official entrant now. So I guess everybody who plays Blue Central Fiction was here last year too. So, but yeah, I mean, that's some precipitous drops here, right? Like, in particular, obviously, City of the Wolves went down 72%. Under Night 2 went down 61%. Not a good look. I mean, out of all the games that did drop a significant number, the lowest was Guilty Gear Strive at 40%, and then Street Fighter 6 at 43%, right? Now, the thing about it is that, someone else pointed out that historically, a lot of this is a fairly common pattern. This isn't as crazy as a lot of people say, right? Because in the past, like when you look at like five's numbers or if you look at four's numbers, like as the years went on, it was always kind of like a 50% drop, like year after year after year and stuff like that. The crazy part really just is that like none of the new games really injected much in here, right? So that was the changes, but for the new games, 2XKO has 1,080 entrants. Rivals of Ether, even with Ludwig's help of you have to register for Rivals of Ether and I get you, I will pay for your entry fee kind of stuff, only has 1,022 entrants. Invincible Verse is at 403. And so, none of the new games have really pushed in. Guys, stop fighting. Stop fighting, dude. Don't be this way. Look, honest mistakes, whatever, it's all fine. Like, come on. Come on. Come on, guys. Look, I'm going to time you guys out because I don't need this shit going on in my chat right now. I'm going to time you guys out briefly here, and I hope when you guys come back that you guys will actually behave a little bit normally here. Oh, you guys are on YouTube. You guys are on YouTube. I don't even know how to time out people on YouTube. You guys may be safe because I don't know how to time out people on YouTube. Let's see here. Guys, like seriously, like don't do this. Guys, come on. Let's be nice, okay? Let's just be nice. Okay. Okay. Let's see. YouTube chat timeout. Let's see here. Click the three dots next to user and hold on. Press click to mention. Put user in timeout. Okay. All right. Look, guys. Stop it. Stop it. Okay.
Oh boy, you guys. I mean, the funny thing is that you guys are both in let's see. Put user in timeout. All right. I'm going to give you guys 10 minutes to cool down. Okay? I'm going to give you guys 10 minutes to cool down. All right? All right? Look. All right? So, 10 minutes. 10 minutes for now. You guys, it says banned from the channel, but I mean, literally the thing said timeout. So, you guys will be back in 10 minutes. But let's just chill, okay? Let's chill, chill, chill. In any case, yeah, the numbers for Evo definitely do not look good. And the thing about it is, though, and I'm going to pull up a text that I gave to somebody because I kind of summed it up really well there. The thing about it is there's a lot that's going on here, right? So, like I said, there isn't really a game I feel like that's pulling a lot of people in. And no, 2XKO was not an official game last year because remember, 2XKO only officially released earlier this year, right? So there's a lot of things, right? So one, there isn't really a game out there that is injecting a lot of life into people going to these tournaments. And Street Fighter 6, as well as it's doing in Japan, and honestly, Japan is just like completely in love with this game. Like, it's not as popular in the West, so it's not necessarily going to draw 7,400 competitors like it does in Japan. It's crazy, right? But on top of that, you know, obviously with, it's Kadia, right? Kadia buying out the majority of Evo, or was it a different group? Was it Kadia that bought out RTS? I don't remember which one it was, but you know, with a heavier Saudi involvement, you know, you have people like Maximilian and Sajam saying they're not going to go to Evo, you know, they don't support it, and see a lot of people out there who, you know, for justifiable reasons don't want to support that, right? And so you've lost a lot of entrants that way. Yeah, and see, that's a great point from yet another Astrid, actually, is that Combo Breaker's entry numbers were strong this year. I think they said that which game was it? Had like the largest tournament out, like tournament registration number outside of Evo in history for that game. Was it Street Fighter 6? I can't remember. Well, so before last Evo, the Saudi companies had partial ownership of Evo, but since then they bought out the majority of it, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And so it is a little bit different now. Are people still going over there or anything like that? Are people still going crazy over there? Yeah, I think, okay, people are good right now. I'll worry about it later, JNV, but if it keeps going, I will promote some mods over there for sure. But that's obviously an issue for a lot of people, and like I said, justifiably so, right? Like I cannot blame anyone for not wanting to go for that reason. And then, you know, traveling to the U.S. is just a pain in the ass now, right? I mean, like people were pointing out for the World Cup, like the Somalian, like referee, like flew out here to work World Cup, and he got sent back home, right? Like, or he had to go to Canada temporarily or something like that. Like, they like coming, like, I don't blame anyone not wanting to come to this country, frankly. Like there's another one. Like, I don't blame anyone for not wanting to come to this country because you don't know what's gonna happen to you, dude. Like, you seriously have no idea. You can show up here and be like, I'm coming for Evo, and somebody's like, oh,
you're not a citizen here. Yeah, I'm here on vacation for Evo. And then they put you in prison anyway, right? Like, oh, he did get sent back home. Okay, okay. Right. So Chrome Alchemist saying that he has a friend who is Somali, and they say they're not even going to bother trying to go to the US right now. And he says it was hard enough 10 years ago. Exactly. Right? Like, it's crazy. So, yeah, of course, like, a lot of people just don't want to bother trying. And I don't blame them either. People have been talking about this, but the cost. Like, the crazy thing for me is that for years and years and years, I've always known that Vegas is actually one of the cheapest vacation destinies in the United States. That plane tickets are subsidized by the city, hotel fees are kind of subsidized by the city because they want to make traveling to Vegas very cheap so people can lose their money gambling over here. Now, obviously I live in California, I live in Los Angeles, so I'm in like in one of the prime locations for traveling to Los Angeles. So plane tickets for me and stuff like that have never really risen all that much, but apparently in the past few years, like the price has gone up a lot. And so I've been talking to people on Twitter about this, like, but isn't that just true of like all locations? Like, wouldn't like aren't all of them more expensive, etc.? But apparently Vegas in particular is getting really bad because, and I don't know how much truth there is to this, but someone told me that all of the sports gambling sites and all these stupid prediction markets and stuff like that have made it too easy to gamble at home. You don't have to go to Vegas to gamble anymore. So nobody's going to Vegas. And so apparently it's getting more expensive to go there because people don't gamble there as much because you can gamble everywhere, right? Like, for example, if I was like at home and on a prediction market, right, I could actually bet on like who would win in Street Fighter 6 between Justin Wong and say Mike Ross, right? Like I could try to see who would win between them. I mean, that wouldn't be a good example because everybody would pick Justin Wong, right? I mean, who would pick Mike Ross, right? Don't tell Mike I said that, by the way. Nobody else tell him I said that. You know, I have him believing that I think he's a good fighting game player. So, you would definitely vote for, Justin Wong in that situation there. So, you know, has he left already? Is he still in the chat? Is he still in the chat? Are you still there, Mike Ross? I know. I saw you come in. I saw you come in. I love you, Mike. I love you, Mike. Oh man. No, no, no. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, dude. But thank you for the raid. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, he's outside my door. I can hear now. James Chan, open the door. JC Hensor, open the door. Oh man, I love Mike Ross. Mike Ross is the best. Look, when I was at the Evo Awards, they put me at the same table as Mike Ross, and let me tell you, like, sitting down and getting to like chill with Mike Ross and talk to him for a good chunk of time. God, I miss that so much. Like, I really enjoy hanging out with him. Honestly, I really, really do. So the reason why I always like to give him shit is you hurt the ones you love the most, right? That's how I see it. Mike is. I wish I could just sit down and talk with him for hours, like honestly. And we keep saying that too. Like, let's just hang out and just talk. We don't even have to talk about fighting games. Just talk about whatever. Like one of the I did do Excellent Adventures twice before. Once with Li Joe, and I think once with Ultra David or something. I don't remember now. But the funniest was that one time Mike Ross actually came onto the Tuesday show with me and David, and we were basically, he was on as a guest, and then after the show, we would always treat our guests to dinner, right? So we would take them out to dinner. So we went out for dinner. We went out to get boba, and at the boba shop, someone there like recognized us. They were like, "Oh my god, like Mike Ross, James Chin, and Ultra David, what the hell? What the hell?" And we were like, "Yeah, hey, what's going on?" He was like, "Wait, you guys actually hang out? Like like you guys are actually like real life friends?" And we were like, yes. Like it was so weird that someone would think that we weren't actually like good friends in real life. It was so weird. Oh man, but like yeah, like we like to hang out. We're friends, you know. It was really funny. Anyways, thank you for the raid, Mike. I appreciate you very much. If you guys are new to this channel, I talk about fighting game stuff all the time. I talk about things in a very mature way. I talk about things in ways that I believe really kind of address things fairly, and I can typically provide some really important ways to look at things, and I try to get people to see things in less like it's weird because I'm a super emotional guy, but like I do try to get people to be less like just violently emotional about things in the fighting game community. And I try to teach people how to play a lot. I'm very, very good at giving people like philosophical advice, mindset advice. Had a lot of people in my chat who have before been like, "Man, I don't know how to play Street Fighter at all." And I'm like, "Cool, well, here, let me give you some tips." And like literally just give them tips, but less of like, "So this is what you do with your character in Street Fighter." This is like more like, this is kind of the idea of what you want to do. This is the mentality of how you want to look at this thing. This is how you want to approach this. And I've had a lot of people in my channel be like, "James, I just got to master and I never would have done it without you." And other people come in here and be like, "Oh my God, like I can't believe like I actually like thanks to your advice, I've been doing good. Like the game makes so much more sense." Blah 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 and stuff like that. So hey, thank you for the follow, Chrome Alchemist. Oh God. I still think that like from my perspective, I told you about why, but like from my perspective, the way that we met at Combo Breaker, I swear to God, is just like one of the funniest things that like oh, it was comedy. It was comedy. Oh man. But okay, so Vegas obviously much more expensive. Apparently, it caters the high rollers now. Like it wants, you know, the UFC guy Dana White, right? Dana White, to he shows up there for 3 months and he spends billions of dollars, right? Apparently, they don't care about the low rollers anymore because the low rollers apparently aren't showing up anymore anyway. So we are just kind of in a weird situation with that, and so we're seeing the negative sides to that. However, a lot of people have been saying like we should move away from Vegas. Vegas sucks, and I'm still not convinced of that because Evo 2003 and Evo 2004 were at Cal Poly Pomona in Pomona, California. And after Evo was done every day, there was nothing to do. There was nothing to do. And if you've ever been at a fighting game event, people don't want to go to sleep. They don't want to go to sleep. So you have Evo take place in an area where everything closes and there's just nothing to do. There's literally nothing to do. And it's awful. Like, it kind of sucks. And unfortunately, like, most places are going to be that way, right? Because if you're in most normal cities, you're going to get things like curfews and we don't sell alcohol after this time of day, after this time, and et cetera, et cetera. And places are gonna close at like 12. And you don't necessarily, like, if we move to BFE where everything is cheaper to go to, like, there's not going to be anything to do. There's not going to be anything to do. And so one of the reasons Evo moved to Vegas is because it's 24 hours. There's always something to do. And it's awake at that time. And that was always one of the selling points of moving it to, oh God, Evo Walmart. I mean, look, Walmart, 24-hour Walmart plays a very important role in Evo history, okay? I'm sure you guys have heard the story before. So, that's one of the important things. The other thing too is, as I pointed out, no, like someone was like, let's do, what about Evo LA or Evo New York? And I was like, bro, like, you want the prices to go up? Because you ain't going to Evo LA or Evo New York without having the prices go like skyrocket, right? Like, dude, oh man, there's a reason why there have always been a shortage of events in Los Angeles and New York, right? SoCal regionals always took place in like Irvine. At one point, they had to go all the way out to freaking Ontario. But like they've never actually been in downtown LA because the venues in LA are just ridiculous. Obviously, this year we wouldn't also have been able to do it because the World Cup is here, and like that, prices would just be through the roof at this point for that. But you can't pick those cities. And so the guy was like, I actually misspoke. Like, you're right. New York, LA were a bad example. And then they gave me alternate cities. Like, what about like Columbus, Ohio, Baton Rouge, Louisiana? Like a few other cities that they listed. And I was like, I looked up their convention centers and I was like, none of their convention centers have a floor space big enough to support Evo. And this is one of the things that people forget. They go to Combo Breaker, they go to CEO, and they're like, wow, like these venues are cool and big and like this is great and it's way cheaper than Evo. I like these events better. People don't realize how big 600,000 square feet is, right? A football field is like 65,000 square foot or something like that, right? No, it's even less than that. I can't remember. Like, it was like 16,000, whatever. It was small. Like, Evo is huge. Evo is ginormous, okay? Evo is probably bigger than CEO, Combo Breaker, and let's throw in Frosty Faustings, which is the third biggest major. It's probably bigger in terms of floor space than all three of those events combined. Yes, the CEO venue looks big. Yes, when you're in the main ballroom of Combo Breaker, it looks big. Dude, it takes like 15 minutes to walk across from the long end of, like, if you started in the actual, like, area, the stage area, if you started all the way in the back of the stage area of Evo and you walk to the other end, like, that's like a 15-minute, 20-minute walk or something. Like, it's like, it's huge. It's huge. And it's gotten bigger every year. And people are like, why is it so much more expensive this year? Well, that one year where the staging area was smaller was kind of a disaster, if you guys remember. Nobody could get in. So they increased it by a lot and created a much bigger stage area. And so it's gonna cost more. So you can sit there and look at Combo Breaker and CEO all you want and be like, they're cheaper. These are more worth my value. What I always like get frustrated by is that people don't realize that abandoning something because of growing pains and turning something else into the main thing will make the main thing eventually suffer the exact same growing pains that you were trying to avoid. You're just going to get mad at that event now and choose another event to then eventually balloon, or maybe you go back to the, because like it happened when Shoryuken.com, like that thing lost, like when it was at its peak, that thing lost, and this was back then. This thing lost the cannons like thousands of dollars, dude. Like, it was one of the most visited websites on the internet at the time of its peak popularity. Like, that's how much people visited Shoryuken.com. And it sold nothing. It sold nothing. Are you guys still going through this? Please, okay, look, if anybody talks about Yuri or Jury, like, stop now. Just stop talking about it, okay? Stop it. Let's not talk about this. But the thing, no, Discord didn't kill Shoryuken.com. The internet killed Shoryuken.com, really. But it was one of the most, and the cannons were losing money. Like, every single, like I said, they were spending thousands of dollars onto a website that was selling nothing. The site had nothing to sell. Like, if you talk about ESPN.com, yeah, they're not selling anything and they're losing all this money, but they're building the brand. You learn to trust ESPN as your sports authority, and they had advertisements on there, but then you would also want to, they would push you to subscribing to the channel, etc., etc. So you end up with the ability to actually convert that into money. Shoryuken.com was not converting anything into money. So what happened was someone was hired to try to make Shoryuken.com stop bleeding money. Right? Right? So what happened was the person started to add ads to the site. Full page ads, banner ads at the bottom, and everybody, Jesus Christ. Oh, goodness gracious, dude. Like, I don't even know, like, seriously, like, what in the hell do people get out of this, dude? Like, seriously. Like, you're not silencing people. You just don't want anybody to be an asshole and, like, make everybody else miserable on a chat. Like, you just don't want to do that. Like, seriously. Like, I just, like, seriously. It's like, you just don't want to be dealing with that. So, like, all right. How do I do this? All right. Look, Billy, I'm just going to say this right now. Start being a normal human in society and stop trying to be so disruptive. You don't have to be silent. You can just be a normal human being. You can just be a normal human being. Seriously. Look, I don't care. This is my channel. I can do whatever the fuck I want on here. So, I can ban people for just being jerks, right? Like, I can do that. Like, there is no place everywhere in the world where it says that I have to have people with free speech or whatever like that. Like, this is my channel. I can do whatever the hell that I want. But the weird thing about that is, do I do this? Let's see. No, that's not how I do it. How do I ban? Okay, first of all, before I ban,
just to get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, just get the fuck out of here. Like, seriously, dude. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, no. Like, I'm sorry. You can try to hide behind, oh my God, this is just normal. I'm not being a jerk. You can try your best at that shit, but you're being an asshole. And I'm sorry. Fuck that. And, no, we're done. We're done. Let's see here. How do I ban, who do I permanently ban chatter from my YouTube channel? um, Dude, can somebody look this up? This is way too complicated on this stupid site. What the hell? Because like when I click on a user's name, it says like report somebody, remove didn't remove him, put user in timeout, oh, hide user on this channel. I think that'll probably happen, maybe that's what does it. I don't know. Oh shit, did I click on the wrong person? Ah, sorry, that was actually a mistake. That I clicked on the wrong name. Sorry about that. Okay, Popo, you should still be there. You should still be there. That I just clicked the wrong name. That's my bad. You should still be there. You should still be there. Please type in the chat. Please type in the chat. You should be fine. Ah, crap. Okay, there you go. Sorry about that. I am apologies. Oh man. Okay, anyways, let's continue forward here. Look, Evo is ginormous, okay? And so, oh, sorry, I was talking about Shuriken.com. So, once they started adding ads and they started adding banner ads and full page ads, everyone's like, screw this website. You know what? Event Hubs doesn't have any of this. I'm gonna go support Event Hubs. And I started telling people, I was like, you guys, if you all jump to Event Hubs, that Event Hubs is gonna have to do this eventually too, right? Like, there's like, this is just how it works. Like, you can't, like, these sites are spending a lot of money hosting these websites, right? And so everybody, no, there's a lot more to that, Forrest. There's a lot more to that. So everyone jumped over to Event Hubs, and they're like, this is better. And then eventually, Event Hubs started having like full screen stuff all over the place, right? Oh, goodness gracious. Are they really gonna do this? Are they really gonna do this? This is crazy. Oh, I see. That's a Twitch account, right? I think that's their Twitch account, is what it is. Let's see here. No, it's not. Oh, I think or did somebody else actually ban them for me? Did somebody actually ban them for me? Because I don't even see them in my chat anymore. Like, they're just gone. Unless what they did was, I'm gonna say one last thing, and then they like blocked me or something like that, and that's how they got, like, now they're cool because, yeah, I'm badass, kind of a thing. So I don't know. Whatever. I don't see their message anywhere in this Twitch chat at all. So okay. Anyways, so yeah, like eventually Event Hub started having to put full page ads and all that stuff all the time as well. And that's the thing, right? So like if you're like, oh my God, Evo's getting so expensive. Well, it's getting bigger every year, and they literally had to increase the floor space to make a stage bigger so they didn't run into the same problem that they did that year, in which the stage situation was awful, right? It was terrible.
So like the reason why the venue fee keeps going up for Evo is because the venue cost keeps going up for them. And if you're like, well, it's too expensive, screw this. Why are they trying to rip us all off? I'm going to start going to other event. If everybody does that, eventually other event is going to have to start doing the same. Yeah, people peed in the chairs because they didn't want to leave and lose their seat, right? Like, it was crazy. It was actually kind of crazy what was going on at Evo that year. We're just in a situation where this is what I call the growing pains. Like the fact that when it was at the Mandalay Bay, when the tickets for Sunday went on sale, they would get scalped. Scalpers would buy the tickets. And I was like, that is a problem that I never thought we would run into. But in a way, it's kind of a good problem because scalpers aren't going to buy tickets that won't sell. So it's like, wow, we've made it so big that scalpers are buying our tickets, right? Like, this is like kind of one of the hard things about it, right? And yeah, the change in ownership is definitely a little more significant than the growing pains, right? Corporate greed or whatever like that is definitely an issue. But again, like in terms of what we're seeing at Evo, I don't think it is the change of ownership that is necessarily increasing the venue fee. Now, I'm not saying that Evo is completely not at fault. It is expensive. It's very expensive. And if it has gotten to the point where it's so expensive that it is not worth it for you to go to, don't go. I absolutely think that you should vote with your money. 100%. If it is too expensive for you to go to, and that sucks. Like, I think that sucks. Like, I don't want people to not go to Evo because, I've been such a huge supporter of Evo my whole entire life. Evo means a lot to me. So I have a lot of, biases in that way too. But if it's too expensive for you now, absolutely don't go because it is expensive. And I think that's unfortunate because like another thing that makes me sad is that I know then like the artists in the artist alley and stuff like that, they're not going to be able to make as much money with less people there, and that hurts as well because Evo has always been universally like even though the booths are getting expensive at Evo, a lot of the artists who go and sell merch at Evo, every time I talk to them, like I talk to people who are selling merch at Evo and I'm like, how's sales going? They're like, I didn't bring enough stuff. I didn't know it was going to be like this. Like there's no way I would have predicted that in day one, I would be out like 80% of my stock. That happens to a lot of people that are at Evo, you know? And that's the thing. Do the competitors need tickets? No, of course they don't need tickets. If you're a competitor, you basically kind of get a free pass in there, really. But if they don't get the things to sell as much, like I'll be sad, right? And Evo has always been a great showcase of how big the fighting game community has gotten. Yes, it's been more corporate, but again, like I always tell the story of when at an older Evo, much before Street Fighter 4 was released, me and I think it was one of the Cannons and Chris Lee, and I think it was like Seth Killian, might have even been Mr. Wizard actually, that we were standing around and some guy came up to us and they're like, "Hey guys, thank you for what you've done for Evo. This has been amazing. I love this event. I want to buy all the merch possible. Where can I buy merch?" And we were like, merch? And that's the thing, right? When you realize, like, people are like, oh my God, Evo is just a convention now. Well, the amount of people that buy just spectator tickets
is actually pretty crazy. And most people, like literally 25% of the players are going to go 0 and 2. And then they don't have anything else to do. You can't not make Evo a convention anymore. And that's the thing is if you actually go to Evo, and I've talked to somebody about this where they're like, dude, look at Evo. We have this arcade. We have this cool museum now. We have all these vendors. You can play all these brand new characters. Like, of course people want to come to Evo. And I was like, the problem is like, these are all things for the people who are already here. But like, I feel like we aren't doing a good enough job anymore to convince people to go to Evo. I really felt like that aspect has been dropping a little bit. There is a lot to do at Evo, but nobody ever talks about it. Nobody ever talks about it. You hear people all the time like, I go to Evo, dude, there's nothing to do there, right? Like, it's crazy. There's so much to do. But yet somehow, like, I don't know what it is, like, the message doesn't come clear enough. And so a lot of people, like, there just hasn't been as many people, like, I don't, it's a weird position for me to talk about because the people who I have contact with at Evo know how much I've been saying a lot of this stuff to them. And I don't want to get into, a lot of conversation here because it's not fair for me to talk about a lot of this stuff without having them, with the counter arguments here. But, I do feel like that, what a lot of people complain about Evo becoming too corporate, et cetera, I think that is a legitimate concern. I literally was ready to not go this year, but I wanted to support the community, so I said F it, and I got the ticket, but I will not be coming back to Evo now this year because of the price raising at the venue. Voting with my dollars and going to invest that money in my locals and traveling to other FGC venues and not tell anyone on Twitter. The corporate nature of Evo is way too much now. It's way too much now. The straight up corporate greed is killing it. And see, this is the hard part for me is I don't think there. I don't think what's happening there is a result of corporate greed. I really don't think it is. Last year was my first Evo, and it was so great that I decided to go again this year. But I only have enough money for one major event a year. I might go to another event to experience other majors. Yeah, and have a lot of money left over to do other things, right? Yeah, I get it. Like, I totally get it. Like, I don't think what's happening with Evo right now is a result of corporate greed. I really still think it's a growing pains problem, right? Because, like I said, like, every year it gets bigger, and every year they do crazier like the final stage last year, like if you didn't go to Evo and if you didn't experience the Sunday stage area, like that place was massive. That place was crazy. It's probably one of the craziest Sunday venues I had ever seen in the fighting game community. Like that place was ginormous and it was packed. It was seriously like one of the coolest and the technology they were using to like show all the stuff on the screens and stuff, like from a production standpoint, it was an extremely solid and well run stage experience. But that shit costs money, right? So like every year the price goes up, but that's because the pressure to improve the production goes up as well, and that causes them to have to spend more money. And also keep in mind that when you have stages like that, when you have to set up that many chairs, when you have to set up that many screens and all that stuff, you are not allowed to use your own people to do that. You cannot hire FGC people to help set that up. Those are union jobs. You have to hire union labor to be able to do that. And that is a good thing because then the people doing all that work are getting paid as they should. But again, that costs a lot of money. And so, like, while I agree that there's probably a good chance that there is a corporate aspect to the price increases, but also every year Evo is costing a lot more money. You know, like every year it's costing a lot more money. So it's kind of like, I don't know what the answer is. You know, like when the cannons were running it themselves, literally off of their own money, like we told people do not publish any match videos that you record with your camcorders of your friends or of top matches. Like, we're not going to stop you from recording them, but please do not publish any of them because Evo sold DVDs afterwards. They sold DVDs of top eights and, you know, like nice little matches in the middle and all these things like that. Because it was literally the only way they could even come close to breaking even. And, you know, to the community's credit, they all did it. Nobody published any of the top eights of what happened at Evo. And so the only way you can get it is if you bought the Evo DVD. And it was literally the only way they could make like even come close to breaking even. And the Cannons did this year after year after year until basically Wizard kind of took it over. And, you know, Wizard was probably making pretty decent money out of it, out of doing it, but like literally was just like one person. And it still kept getting more and more expensive. I mean, again, I'm not going to erase the fact that this happened. Like, I was good friends with Wizard at the time. And, you know, we would talk a lot. And the stuff that he kept telling me about of things that he'd have to go through and the money that he'd have to spend on this event, like, was crazy. Right? So, like, hey, thank you for the follow, Walk Down Ant. It's an expensive thing to run. I don't know if it's corporate greed. Now, one of the other reasons that people are saying that Evo's numbers are down this year is because of diluting the brand, trying to run multiple Evos a year. I will agree that I am not fond of this decision. I do not like trying to run this many Evos in a year. And I'm wondering if the Evo World numbers that they're getting here right now might change their mind about that or something. Like, I'm cool if we had an Evo Japan, an Evo Worlds, and an Evo France every year. Like, just those three. I'm cool with that. I don't, like, I know they talked about one of the roadmaps that eventually they want to get to 8 Evos a year, and I'm just not. I do think that dilutes the brand. I think that dilutes the brand, and I think that it does make it so that Evo Worlds is going to lose a lot of the prestige because of how expensive it is to get there, and you're just going to go to the Evo closer to you. People are not going to go to multiple Evos, you know, and maybe that's the area that, you know, maybe the new people in charge aren't realizing, is that people are going to pick one Evo and go to that Evo, and that's it. You know, if you make an Evo Brazil or an Evo Chile, let's say, Evo Chile has a real high chance of that happening, now that I think about it, Jesus. But like, nobody in South America is going to go to Evo Worlds anymore. They're just not going to try because it's hard because of visa issues and the United States is being weird, and like, it's just going to be cheaper to stay in their own continent, you know?
So the dilution is definitely an issue. I'm gonna go back and address some of the things. What's happening this year with Evo is a good thing. They are finding the true tipping point to what people are valuing the Evo experience at. I think it's a healthy thing that an event like this gets a little burned for turning up the prices too high. Yeah, I hadn't thought about it that way, but yeah, I kind of agree with that. Maybe they overestimated the Evo branding a little bit, you know? Maybe they thought it was stronger than it actually is. And again, it's rough, but if you're in the fighting game community as deeply as some of us are, like, we know things like people are going to pick one Evo and only go to that Evo because we know what it's like being in the FGC, right? Like, the FGC is not a community that has money to throw around. Like, and I'm not talking negative about it, but a lot of fighting games, a lot of arcade culture, a lot of what we've promoted, and kept alive is still akin to like the arcade era. Obviously, it's very different these days, and it's far more expensive than it was before. But fighting games promote this. You travel to an event, you enter, you fight like anybody else, and that's awesome, right? Oh dang, S tier! I just saw your comment. You're barely going to Evo this year. So are you not having a booth here this year, S tier? Which is really kind of a shame, honestly, because S tier makes awesome stuff. There's a lot of things affecting this in addition to the Evo saturation. Overall ticket pricing, getting into America is dangerous for foreigners and the cost of everything in America. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That's definitely a real issue, but I'm more inclined to think that it's corporate greed more than the growing pains. Like you said, it costs money, but most of the money on the player side comes from going and staying in Vegas, at least 80%. So wait, you're talking about that it's not necessarily Evo corporate greed, it's Vegas corporate greed because the airplane tickets and hotel costs and all that stuff are so high now. Is that kind of what you're talking about, corporate shillbot? I mean, again, I didn't think that was a thing until people started educating me on what's been happening with Vegas and how that they're only kind of going after the high rollers and stuff like that now because gambling is so ubiquitous that people don't go to Vegas to gamble anymore. So they're just targeting they're doing the whale strategy. They're actually doing the whale strategy. They're trying to find the whales out there. Oh man. With other events like Combo Breaker and CEO doing such great things, Evo has true competition now, which I don't think has ever really been the case in the last decade. I mean, I agree. Like, I will say that my favorite event last year was CEO. CEO was awesome. But like I said, CEO and Combo Breaker are still relatively small compared to Evo, right? And so, like, we can all talk about, like, oh, CEO and Combo Breaker do this. This is what I was talking about in Silo with the Shoryuken.com and the Event Hub situation. Like, a lot of people were like, I love Combo Breaker because the Pheasant Run Inn is such a cool venue and the way that he does it with like all the small rooms and everything. Such an awesome venue, such an awesome venue. Even before the Pheasant Run closed down, Combo Breaker moved to a newer venue and became more like Evo. They had a bigger ballroom all of a sudden, and they couldn't fit in the Pheasant Run anymore. So, like, if everybody's like, we're all abandoning Evo, and now CEO is the place to go, it's going to run into similar growing pains eventually. You know, maybe that's cool that we just keep cycling through the events to try to maintain lower costs for everybody, but it's not it's not a solution. It's not a solution is the best way that I can put it. Um an Evo Europe that moves around. I would like that too. So the way that I would do it personally is I would have Evo Europe, Evo France. I would have Evo France. I would have Evo Worlds. I would have Evo Japan, and then a fourth Evo that travels around the world. So the fourth Evo is Evo Brazil. Then next year it's Evo Singapore. Then next year it's Evo South Africa. And then next year it's Evo India. You know, like, I think that would be cool. I think that Evo China, dude, Evo China would be sick. But yeah, like I would be like, that's, I think would be really, really cool. Yeah, the cell phone gambling, the Kalshi and the pro market, all that shit like that is just like completely taking over everything. And I my assumption is that if we can, get somebody who, doesn't only cater to CEOs and the filthiest, richest people in this country, in charge of this country, then we could get to a point where, we put restrictions on those as well, because those things are dangerous. And that's not so I can be like, yeah, let's make Vegas great again. Like, no, 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 no. I'm just saying, like, I'm legit worried about that stuff. I'm actually worried about that stuff. So, let's see here. Combo Breaker looks more appealing to me, and I live closer to Vegas. Oh yeah, again, like Combo Breaker and CEO are like cool, right? And you're saying like CB and CEO also seem to be more competitor focused, whereas Modern Evil's a little more of a convention. Like I just told the story of why Evo has to be a convention, because the majority of the people, like after day one, like the majority of the people have nothing left to do. They have nothing left to do. And I want you to keep in mind that early on, when streaming started, Tom Cannon had a hard, fast rule. This was before, like, I think this is still even before Twitch. We were streaming on, like, one of the other channels, but Tom Cannon was like, okay, we're going to try streaming. All right, we'll try streaming. But under no circumstances do we delay the tournament for the stream. If the stream goes down, too bad, right? The reason why I tell the story is because as much as people don't think it was, Evo always kind of has been player focused for the longest of time. But the thing about it is, Evo got to a point where 50% of the people, like spectator tickets, were massive. There are so many people who bought tickets to go to Evo just to watch and not to play. And so like you can be like, oh, this tournament should be more player focused all you want, but like you're literally then not catering to like 50% or more of the people that are going to be at the event, right? And so yeah, CEO and Combo Breaker are more player focused because they're not as big, because they're smaller, and it feels that way. The bigger it gets, the more everybody in this chat and every YouTube comment section and everybody on Twitter says, you know what, screw Evo, I'm going to Combo Breaker. Guess what's going to happen to Combo Breaker? It's going to have to do the same thing, because 50% of the people there are not going to be players. And as soon as that happens, if there's nothing to do there, like, you're not catering to them anymore. People have to be realistic about this. You have to understand that as something, this is why I keep talking about growing pains. When something gets more popular, these are the things that happen. And if you get mad at that and try to make something else popular, the same thing is going to happen again. And so a lot of people are like, well, then screw it. I never want the FGC to get big. I mean, that's great. I've been doing this for 3.5 decades. I would like to see
the FGC get bigger. That's just me. That's just me. So yeah, I love you too, Gibby. I'm definitely trying to lay down some reality on people right now, Gibby. But yeah, like people have to realize that the things that you hate about something growing big and then trying to be like, this thing is better, we should all go there, will make that thing grow big. And then it has to do the same things that the other thing did when it grows bigger, right? So what's the solution? Right? Yeah, 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 yeah. For sure, for sure. The solution. I mean, the solution, honestly, is Vegas like shouldn't try to increase the prices this badly. Like it sucks because Vegas has always been cheaper to travel to. It shouldn't like be this expensive to go to Vegas. It sucks. So if we can find another city or location, because again, Vegas loves us, okay? Vegas fucking loves Evo because August, June, July is the off season for Vegas because it's too goddamn hot. And so when Evo started getting big enough that it brought in a lot of tourists and a lot of businesses, that's why Vegas took note of us so much because we were giving them business in the off season. So they loved us. And that's why they gave Evo the key to the city and named that day Evo Day, blah, 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 blah. I mean, maybe one of the things we can do is kind of like strong arm Vegas and be like, all right, you guys are too expensive now, bye. And they're like, no, no, don't go, don't go. Well, then give us like airplane discount codes. Like, or if you buy an Evo ticket, you can fly to, like, you gain a coupon code for like plane tickets or hotels or something like that, right? So group rates, and that's the thing too, because people go to Combo Breaker and CEO, and they're always like, "Oh my God, it's so much cheaper coming to these events. It's so cool. The rooms are cheaper. The rooms are so expensive in Vegas." Well, the thing about it is, if we go to Chicago or Florida or wherever else to run Evo, it's not running in a hotel. Okay? No matter what you want to, there is no hotel in the world that has a venue location big enough to host Evo. And so, you're not going to get discount rates. You're not getting event discount rates unless the people running it have to go out and like work with them. Like Jabali does a great job with this. Even when we were at the Wyndham, he would talk to other hotels. Rick has done this for Combo Breaker. He's done this for, gotten discount rates at other places and stuff like that. But, the bigger it gets, like, it's not going to be that easy. You know what I mean? It's not going to be like, it's unrealistic to think that if Combo Breaker starts getting to Evo sizes, that we're still gonna be able to live in that same hotel that Combo, like next to the convention center that Combo Breaker is at, and maintain like the cheaper prices and stuff like that. Like it's things get more expensive. They just do as we keep going. So yeah, like the question really is, what is the solution? Because it sucks right now. Well, I mean, one of the biggest problems right now is that everything has gotten more expensive. Like just the whole everything has gotten expensive. Maybe like I don't know, maybe Evo Japan becomes the main Evo because it's easier to get to Japan. you know? I don't know. I don't know. It's just like there's a lot of smart people out there, and there's a lot of business savvy people out there, and there's a lot of people who are way more knowledgeable than I am that can figure out a good solution or a way to solve this.
again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't be mad at Evo or that you're an idiot if you don't come to Evo. Look, it's expensive. I get it. Like if you can't, like if I wasn't getting flown there as a commentator, I I don't know if I'd go to Evo, like because it's expensive. Like I absolutely understand that. So I'm not telling anybody like you're a fool if you don't go to Evo. I'm just saying that you know the things that people get mad about and the way that they try to solve it for themselves doesn't necessarily produce the results that you're hoping for, right? Again, you might not realize it, but Evo size compared to CEO compared to Combo Breaker, it's massive. It's 600,000 square feet, right? Like, none of the other tournaments, like, I feel like reach that level, right? Like it's an expensive event to run, you know? So I don't know what the solution is. I'm hoping some people out there can figure out the solution, but we should vote with our wallets because if Evo is getting to a point where it's more expensive than it's worth going to, something is going to give. They're going to have to decrease the space because now 600,000 feet square feet is too much for less people, right? And so there's definitely going to be balances. And so what Insilo says about like it's good that this year is such a scale back in terms of attendance because of the prices and stuff that this is kind of like a wake up call. Maybe they have to be like, hey, we gotta we gotta look at this a little bit more. You know what I mean? Like maybe that will happen. And again, like being angry at Evo, I get it. Being upset at Evo, I get it. And like I said, if your reasons are political, I'm not saying anything about that, right? Like seriously, that's absolutely you're right. But in terms of like costs and stuff like that, you know, there is a tendency for things to kind of balance out, right? Once it gets too expensive, people stop going, which forces the price back down, which has people coming back, which makes the price kind of go up. And hopefully we find the right like price point for everything. So, well, I mean, the cost of consoles and PCs, I mean, that's a whole nother thing. It's a whole nother thing. I did want to go back to Evo someday, but every year it seems to get harder and harder to justify. Yeah, it just makes Evo feel a lot less of an open tournament, and that's what Evo is supposed to be. 100% agreed. 100% agreed. You know, um, I mean, I hope they don't do pay per view because that's that's really like I feel like that's kind of damaging more than anything. So, we've talked about Evo, too many Evos. Yeah, I've covered pretty much a lot of the areas that I wanted to about Evo's numbers this year. And, it's tough because, like, I'm trying to be realistic about it and stuff like that. And, like, is there, like, is it a hard position for me to be in? Of course it is because I'm a voice in this community and I want the community to have the greatest experience that they can. But at the same time, like, I'm working for Evo, right? Like, they're literally hiring me. And so, like, I don't, like, they're, there's like, it's weird because, like, there can definitely be a conflict of interest, I guess, in what I'm talking about here and such. But what I want people to realize is that, again, like, Evo the way I talk about Evo in such high regard and such is because I have so much history with this event. I've have a lot of fingers in pies that made Evo what it is, right? If you look at every old photo of the old Evos, that's me. If you look at all the video footage of all the old Evos, that's me. Because I was like, this is important. This should be documented. And I took it upon myself. Like, nobody on the Evo staff asked me to do this. I just did this on my own. Then one year I was like, you know what? Whenever we start top 8 for any of these games, we need an intro video because we want to make it feel cool. So the first year of Street Fighter 4, I made intro videos. In Evo 2009, I made an intro video for every game. And I kept doing that. I made the trailers for the DVDs, you know, I made the trailers for the announcement trailers for the event. I'm the one that accidentally abused that Ayumi Hamasaki song way too much. You know, Zed Tabani is in charge of a lot of the music there. He got involved because he wrote an Evo theme a long time ago because I got him to come and work on music for the intros and stuff. I was the one who literally got him, and I paid my own money. Like, when he was there, nobody could pay him for anything. I literally bought him one of those universal buffet passes that worked at like 3 casinos. I bought him and like 2 of his friends who helped him work on it from my own money. I was like, thank you for doing all this stuff. I bought him these passes. That was my way to thank him for helping. You know, like, I have been involved in this tournament for so long, and I have been helping this tournament for so long. It holds a very important place in my heart. Okay, so yeah, I treat Evo differently. Maybe I'm a little too forgiving for the event and stuff, but like, you know, I really did believe that this event was our best way to promote the love of fighting games out there. Honestly, I really did. And so it's hard for me not to be a little biased, being like, I still hope Evo can find a way to succeed and continue to be the beacon of our hobby, to be the main thing. Because the thing about it is, right now, Evo still has the recognition, right? And this is what I tell people all the time. A lot of people who are tangential to the fighting game community, Evo is the only event they're going to watch that in any given year. I've had a lot of people tell me that every time Evo rolls around, even like their spouses know, I'm leaving you alone for that weekend. And they just sit there and watch fighting games the whole time. I have one guy tell me that when they saw me cry during the Punk and Tokido thing, they were like, this is awesome. To the point where every Evo, it's like a family event. Like him, his wife, and the kid, they just reserve that weekend to watch Evo the entire weekend. And I met them at Texas Showdown, and he brought his kid there who was playing in a lot of the tournaments, playing in like the Mortal Kombat tournaments and stuff like that. And he thanked me for helping, you know, for like getting them into the FGC and stuff like that. So, you know, like, there's a lot about Evo that is important to me. And it's tough, right? Like, the whole landscape is all weird and stuff like that. And trust me, I've had a lot of times where I'm sitting there and I'm just like, what does the future look like for this? Because for a while, like, I was like, this future is looking great. And now we're kind of at a point where right now where I'm like, I don't know what the future of this looks like anymore. And I am lost a little bit in the whole entire thing, you know? So it's weird. It's very, 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 very weird. One of the benefits of multiple evils around the world is greater accessibility for those too poor to travel to Vegas. Oh yeah, exactly. Which is why, like I said, I don't want to get rid of all the evos. Like I said, I would like to see the three main ones and then one traveling one. I would love to see that, or maybe even have two traveling ones. One that services the European region a little bit more, and then one that like goes all over the place, right? So like it doesn't have to be Evo France every year, but Evo France, Evo Italy, Evo Turkey, like service that kind of area over there a little bit more. And then the other one is like, we're going to be in Brazil, we're going to South Africa, we're going to Australia, kind of things like that. And the other thing that I like about that too is that if Evo Australia doesn't become a permanent thing, then tournaments like Battle Arena Melbourne can keep going, right? That kind of thing. Because, like, I don't want to see Evo also, take out existing tournaments, essentially. So, they rent the consoles. Yeah, the console, it's Gaming Gen. Gaming Gen has been providing the consoles forever. They are doing, uh, they are gods on earth. I swear to God. So, it's so good what they do. So I'm not sure that they're renting consoles. No, they are. They are. Gaming Generation provides the majority of the consoles for most of the big events. Of course, the U.S. was gaining ground, and Evo made it felt like the epicenter of fighting game was in the U.S. That has changed and is really cemented with Evo branching out. What if Jeff Keighley randomly made an announcement on stage this year stating, "Welcome to the newest event of the event of the VGA and SGF family"? That would be crazy, dude. Oh my god. Have they ever done East for West like they do in arm wrestling? I don't know what that sentence means, Smith. Unfortunately, apologies. It's too tough because a lot of the FGC is grassroots, but we also want the scene to grow. We can't have it both ways, and it sucks the little guy gets pushed out. Yeah, yeah. Evo Caribbean, the beach. We're gonna do Evo the beach. Yo, Evo for actually get Evo the beach. Oh my god. Let's see over here. What else have people been saying? Let's see here. I think the Evo World Championship will be the traveling one, while the others will be in a fixed location. That's true. That could happen, actually. But I wonder if Evo is rethinking trying to get to 8 Evos a year now, because they showed that roadmap. I think in like 2027 they wanted to get to the 4 or 5, and then they showed like in 2028 they wanted to get to the 8 Evos. But I wonder if they're reconsidering that because of how, you know, Evo Worlds, the numbers are not as strong maybe as they thought it would be, right? And again, it's crazy because like a game like 2XKO, you know, with all this Riot backing and all that stuff like that, you know, really hasn't, like, this is the first year that it's at Evo and it has 1,000 entrants, right? Like it's not, it hasn't caught on, you know, as much as maybe, you know, like the guys in like RTS and stuff like that. We're hoping that 2XKO would. And at the rate that we're going right now, I mean, I don't see another fighting game out there that has the potential to get Street Fighter 6 kind of numbers right now. VF6 might be the closest one, honestly, because if VF6 plays its card right, that game is going to be crazy and it's going to be good. I'm so excited for that game. Holy crap. I mean, Impact Zone, EU has fallen way behind. There's very good players here, but none of them are like top, you know. I mean, uh, who was it? I mean, like Ending Walker is always there, right? Capcom Cup
Second place was Zerna, right? Zerna is really, really strong. So, oh no, kills you. I'm sorry, kills you. Sorry. Oh God, I apologize to kills you. Again, this is just me being really bad with names. I apologize about that. But kills you has been doing really, really well at every event at this point in time. So, yeah, apologies about that mix up on the names. Dude, every time I do that, I feel horrible. Like, I feel like I just want to crawl into a rock. Okay. So, like, trust me, like, I hate it as much as everybody else does that I get names wrong all the time. So, Tekken 7 was bigger than Street Fighter 5 for a while, but that's also because Street Fighter 5 was not popular and Tekken 7 was popular, but the way that Tekken 8 has been going, no, like Tekken 8 has really kind of done a lot of damage, I think. So, I've told everybody that I literally want to call VF6. That's what I want to call it right there. I want to call it VF Exerd. Just to be kind of like a dick, but also because it works, right? Like it literally works. Come on. VF Exerd. I don't think a game without special moves really has what it takes to interest players. It can, Mike Jones, because it's not necessarily the special moves, it's the presentation and it's giving people stuff to do when they don't actually want to play the game at the time. Let's see. They're cribbing mechanisms from fighting vipers. Wait, when did they say that, Mike Jones? I didn't hear about that. Shouldn't the same apply to the original Evo for its objective of broadcasting the FGC? Given the vastness of the United States, it seems to me that the Evo moving from one state to another would have the same effect as Evo EU moving from France to any other EU country. Yeah, I agree. Except I just like well now if Evo US has diminished numbers, it can travel a little bit more now. The problem is that Evo Worlds was so big that I don't think that there's any other venue where it would have worked. And like I said, at first, for a while, Vegas was actually legit cheaper than most places to fly to and get hotel rooms for. That's obviously not the case now because apparently Vegas has inflated everything because gambling is so easy to do everywhere now. That's crazy, dude. Like, people don't go to Vegas as much because they can gamble at home a lot easier. That's just like, what is it about gambling that people are so addicted to? Like, so much they just want to do. It's weird. Oh, yeah, I've heard about the David Hayter stuff. But if Evo Worlds does reduce in size from this point forward, it absolutely can travel around the U.S. and I think that would be cool. Honestly, let's see. But Tekken 8 is at a better place in its lifespan than SF5 was. Sure, but nothing is where Street Fighter 6 is right now. Street Fighter 6 is kind of ridiculous right now. And as much as I love Street Fighter, and obviously I'm always going to be, yay, Street Fighter, because that's the game near and dear to my heart, I do think that Street Fighter dominating the FGC is not good for the FGC. I would like to see Street Fighter 6 help all the other games also grow. You know what I mean? Like, it's healthier to have competition. You know, what I was hoping Street Fighter 6 would do is up the competition from everyone else, but then nobody else stepped up until VF Exert, right? VF Exert is now actually stepping up because it's doing all the things, right? It has the story mode and all these different modes, and they're looking at creative new ways for the game to work and stuff like so. Like, I'm excited about that. I'm definitely excited about that. So, hope Virtua Fighter shows Tekken that it needs to pull back from trying to emulate 2D fighting games and focus on 3D animation. I mean, I said, like, if you actually go back, it's crazy. Like, I'm not gonna be so arrogant to say that Sega watched my video and was like, "We're gonna do what James says," but there was a video when they first announced VF6 or when it got rumored. I was saying this is what I would do with VF6, and I said that VF6 strength is its realism. The move animation, the fact that they look like real martial artists was like one of the biggest selling points of Virtua Fighter. You know, they started adding more fantastic moves even in VF3 where Sarah's just like jumping over you and stuff like that. And you know, I was never necessarily a fan of that. And I literally said in that video, you can find it on YouTube, I was like, they need to lean into the realism as much as they can. Like, if VF6 wants to forge a section of the fighting game community, instead of trying to mimic other games that exist out there, they need to focus on their strength. And again, I say this all the time. This is how I decide how games should be. Like, it's not like, oh, we should do this by doing this mechanic or doing that mechanic. No, my way of approaching Virtua Fighter was, okay, this is a game that should appeal to real martial artists. This is a game that should appeal to people who actually want to play a game that looks like a kung fu movie. You know, this is a game that should embrace like the real physics and not throwing fireballs and stuff like this. You know, like this is what Virtua Fighter needs because that's its audience. And the thing about it is the audience might be a niche audience, but if you double down on it and do it well, you will increase that audience because you know what? People appreciate quality, regardless of people how much they want, you know, like, oh, Virtua Fighter, like, I'm not used to this 3D fighting game stuff. Like, if it's good and everybody's like, dude, this game is sick, and you try it out and there's lots of things to do in the game, not just go on ranked and be miserable all day. Like, if it's a good game, people will learn it. Like people are saying, Tekken 7 was more popular than Street Fighter 5 at one point because Tekken 7 was a very good game and people were really enjoying it, right? So that's the thing, is like when you make a fighting game, you have to understand who you're selling the game to. I'm repeating like 7 other streams that I've done already now. And I think Virtua Fighter is doing a good job. And literally in that video, that was like in 2024 or something, like I just had this whole video. I'm like, this is what a modern VF should do. And honestly, like a lot of the things that I said in that video are showing up in VF6. They're doubling down on the realism, you know, and they're trying to add all these one-player modes and stuff like that. So like I said, I'm not going to be so arrogant that I'm like, they listened to me. But I mean, so far the reception of it has been very, very strong. So honestly, like as I've repeated many times before, people need to listen to me. People have to start listening to me. Please listen to me. I've been right about so many goddamn things here, okay? Please listen to me. Stop looking at me like I'm some weird old crazy senile old man. I know what the hell I know what the fuck I'm talking about here, dude. Jesus. It's gonna be a game that shows that special moves alone aren't what sells a game. It's using fighting vipers, and I thought that Garoden fighting game was being used to make VF Crossroads combat, but it's a little more refined. Fighting vipers with a blow impact mechanic that looks awesome. Yeah, so that's the thing, is like fighting vipers, that you hit people, they hit the cage, they flew up, and you would launch people into the sky and stuff. Like, we're not gonna see any of that in VF6. So if they're borrowing things from fighting vipers, it's going to be internal system things or just conceptual ideas that they're gonna be borrowing from. You know what I mean? I don't think they're gonna try to insert Fighting Vipers gameplay. Even if they use some sort of blow mechanic or whatever like that, it's gonna be done in a way that makes sense in the Virtua Fighter 6 realm. At least I hope. I think this is I hope this is hope. Why would Street Fighter 6 help others grow? Is this no different than from Street Fighter 3 days or SF2 days? Well, back then in Street Fighter 2 days, nobody knew what they were doing with fighting games. And like most fighting games at during that time were like not balanced, you know, etc., etc. I'm not saying that Street Fighter 6 should actively help other companies, but what I'm hoping, what I would have liked to see is that a lot of people playing Street Fighter 6 would then go to something like an Evo and see all these other games and be like, "Oh, this looks interesting." Like I'll tell you right now, like the uptick in Vampire Saviors since Evo Japan has been absolutely nuts. Um at least wait for VF6 to come out first before writing eulogies. Oh, I'm not writing eulogies for any other game. At least you're talking to somebody else, Rio. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, I hope it does well. I hope it does well. VF6 gives me the feeling of reconnecting with what made me love fighting games. Martial arts embodied by martial arts masters. I say this because today fighting games are no longer about martial arts or martial arts practitioners. What are you talking about, dude? They just put Ingrid in Street Fighter 6. Far too many characters look like failed fashion design creations and represent nothing related to the martial art in question. Well, Golgoth, I mean, to be fair, that's more just like, hey, these are like popular animes and stuff like that, right? I've always felt like Street Fighter 6 was about that martial arts stuff, which is why I wasn't a fan of Sakura, which is why I wasn't a fan of Rose, which is why I wasn't a fan of Necro and 12 and Q and stuff like that. I've been pretty consistent about that. And it's why I actually loved Hakan and loved Armika and stuff, because those are real martial arts. I was always more interested in the blood sport aspect of it. So I'm right with you there, Golgoth. Now, that's not to say I don't like fighting games where people aren't like martial artists and stuff like that, because obviously Vampire Savior is my favorite fighting game. And so like that's just what Street Fighter was to me. And then other games get to do all sorts of crazy things. I mean, like X-Men versus Street Fighter and the Children of the Atom, and those games like were like crack for me when they first came out. And there's a way to make the realism look unbelievably cool. Dude, like already when I saw stuff in VF, in older VF games, like that was the appeal to me. I would see the stuff that they would do, the animations and stuff, and like I wanted to play Lei Fei just because he looks so cool and he looks exactly like, you know, like the chamber, the 37 Chambers movie, you know, that I saw a bunch when I was a kid because my dad would watch that all the time. You know, like I wanted to play him. Then I heard he was like the most complicated character. And I was like, man, why did this happen to me again? Because I kind of wanted to learn Li Long in Soul Calibur, but then they were like, he's the most complicated character. It's like, damn it, come on. Oh man. Virtua Fighter has seemingly solved my first rule of making a popular fighting game. Make it look cool. If it looks cool, people will keep learning it at a hard play. Yes. Again, people talk about graphics like, oh, fighting game. No, dude, graphics sell games. And VF, I mean, when I look at like some of the animations, even it's like the same animations, like when Pi does the throw and does the pose, which I don't even know which direction her hands go. Like, I don't know, like the VF6 one just looked really good. I don't know why, it looked really good. Now, there is one thing I'm going to say about VF6 is that please make the sky blue. Because so far in that early trailer in the story mode, you know, when he's walking around, you know, with the really sick scene where he's like sparring with the graffiti on the wall and all that stuff like that, the sky is a little darker. Like it's like it looks like modern video games. And the thing that I've always loved about VF was how bright everybody was. Like Leon's
little jacket thing was like really red. The sky was blue. The grass was really green. Like I love that about VF. And I please, if you guys actually do listen to me, try to make VF colorful, please. There's like I get it, realism, sure, but like real life can also be colorful. Okay. You're the first person that they love Street Fighter 6, no lie. I mean, the problem with it is that a lot of you guys are trapped in the bubble. Like, I don't know how my timeline got curated this way, but I see a lot of tweets from Japanese players. Japanese essentially like nobodies who are playing Street Fighter 6. And the amount of people that I see always are like, "Oh my god, I just made it to platinum. I'm so proud of myself. This is amazing. I love this game." And like another person be like, "Oh my god, like I'm just doing it. Oh, this is the best game. Like you can't get better than Street Fighter 6." Blah blah blah. Like there are a lot of people who legit love this game. Like there are legit a lot of people who love this game. And I just think that we're stuck in this bubble. And like I said, one of the hardest things is that US complains a lot about stuff. Yeah, so Big C is saying the same thing, right? Yeah. And I'm a bit more focused on Avatar, the last fighting game right now. The last Airbender fighting game. Yeah, I am super hyped for that game. I haven't had a chance to play it, but like too much because I was always gone during the betas. But the thing about it is that like I legit love the franchise, and people used to always ask me, if you could make a fighting game out of an existing franchise that doesn't have a fighting game, what would you do? And I always say Avatar. So I'm really excited for that game. I want to play it a lot. I just want to like I hope I can like I really need to find a way to play this game, honestly. So they haven't even mentioned that the re-release of DOA 6 is going to have rollback. 7 better have it if that's for sure. Why does the FGC... Whoa, where did it go? Where did my thing go? Where did that thing... why does the FGC need saving? Aren't fighting games more popular than ever right now? Play what you like. There's so many options. No. Fighting game aren't more popular than they ever been right now. Street Fighter 6 is more popular than any other fighting game has been in like decades. That's the hardest part for me, is that right now I feel like it's a Street Fighter 6 thing. And you know, like I said, as much as people think that I'm a shill for Street Fighter 6 or whatever like that, I don't like that idea. I don't like the idea of Street Fighter 6 dominating the FGC. I don't think that's healthy for the community, because if it goes that direction, eventually it's just gonna be Street Fighter 6. And I don't want the FGC to be one game. I just don't want it to be one game, honestly. So like, it's not that I think it needs saving. It's just that I want it to grow bigger. I always want the FGC to grow bigger and to become more popular. And the way that I view it, the roadmap that's in my head, the idea of how that happens, is constantly challenged. A lot of the things that I hope will happen, because I'm such an optimist and I'm always like too hopeful, like, you know, don't happen the way that I hope it's that I would like to have happen. So like, it's hard, right? Virtua Fighter never had juggling mechanics. No, they have juggling mechanics. It's not big, but bam, you know, like it would just be like that. But you know, fortunately, the combos are short and quick, and that is another thing that if the Virtua Fighter guys are watching, keep your combos short and quick, please. Don't give us any crazy super long combos right now, because that is not, Virtua Fighter is not the game that's going to apply for.
You know what I mean? If it's like some crazy, like they have to be a specific distance from the wall, and so you get like crazy, like sure, okay, sure, but please do not make any sort of long combos, long juggle combos in the game. People are excited and bought into Virtua Fighter because it looks like a step ahead graphically, which is the first rule for selling a fighting game. Yep. Um, the meme is that the FGC hates playing fighting games. To be honest with you, that's fandom. Like I swear to God, like and people always say that, like nobody hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans, right? Like that kind of sentiment is rampant throughout fandom. So I'm not gonna say that that the FGC is considerably worse than anybody else. So Throw Loops made me give VSAV a chance. Honestly, I hope you've been enjoying it. Looks like they are thinking Yasmin is going to be the new Sakura. Maybe. I don't know. Like, be the new whatever. Like, I don't care. I'm excited for her gameplay trailer tomorrow. Unfortunately, I have a doctor's appointment during it, I think, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to react to it live, but I'll try. COTA is still cracked to me. Are you just doing combos or are you just doing the are you actually playing people? Never took you for a fan of Turkish oil wrestling. I'm not a fan of Turkish oil wrestling, but it's a real martial art. So like I think it's cool that Turkish oil wrestling made it into Street Fighter. You know, like that's just how I am. Boy, I'm really behind on these comments. Difference between Tekken 8 and Street Fighter 6 is when they added Final Fantasy players. They added the one who uses her fist and not a giant sword. Cameo, what grounded vibe are you even trying to look? Guys, please, like I said, mature conversation. Like no, nothing's crazy happening here. I'm just saying, like, let's dial it back. I want to try to dial it back before it gets crazy. Yeah, don't get caught up in being gritty. I get what you're saying. Yeah, basically is what I'm trying to say. Leifei looks like Jeremy. Come on, that's only just because he's bald, dude. Come on, leave him alone. Oh, you'll get all the Yakuza jank. I'm telling you. They say, you know what? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Like having the one player mode is really important. It's just really important to have, honestly. Let's make it stubby knives or sticks and Tekken and Yoshimitsu, blah, 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 blah. As a VF player, I've always resented the idea of people holding back on jumping into VF due to the graphics when it was one of the best fighting games out there. I don't understand that. I've always thought VF was one of the most beautiful looking games. Are you saying that people didn't jump into VF because they thought it didn't look good? It's just weird. Fighting games have often had problems attracting new players because they throw players to the wolves in their main modes. So the FGC is really aging with few newcomers because the main modes are difficult to go in blindly when FPSs are much easier to get into blindly today. FPSs did not really exist in 1991. SF6 built the World Tour mode. Try easy to play. Yeah, there's so much to say about that area there. I think top streamers and creators should play other fighting games more often. I agree. Which is why, like, after Evo, because I'm focusing on VSAV right now, but after Evo, I'm going to jump into Virtua Fighter. I'm going to see if I can learn Virtua Fighter as much as I can. People won't give anything else the time of day, but I like SF, but yeah. I'd like more creators to cover Grand Blue. Grand Blue should have more coverage than it does. Oh yeah, it's literally the decade of Street Fighter 6 and not even Fatal Fury City that Wolves has reached the popularity outside of 30 to 40 over. I'm like, I don't know why a lot of people honestly thought that Fatal Fury could reach that level. I thought it could be bigger, but like it was never going to get to Street Fighter 6 levels. Let's just put it that way. I'm not saying that the game is bad or anything, but it's just like, it's Fatal Fury. Yeah, Fatal Fury has history, but it just wasn't going to get to that level, I don't think. So, City of the Unks, do people really call it that? Judging mechanic, because again, City of the Wolves is like the most old friendly fighting game that exists right now. It's the only game that caters to old school mentality. I think Mike Jones, who was in the chat, is one of the guys that I
told should try out Fatal Fury because he's an old school player, and he played it and he was like, I love this game, right? Like, you know, like it's an old school mentality game. Old players like it because they can play it like you can play other old games. I think SF was able to grow this big because the Japanese community was only focused on SF6. Well, also the game had a lot of ways to get into it. Like, I'm sorry, but like modern controls was a big deal. Like when you actually got stuff like the Raccoon Cup and stuff like that, where the super popular VTubers played the game, they learned on modern controls, and then that made it so that the fans felt okay to learn on modern controls. And then there was a world tour to do stuff. There's a battle hub where you can play people in a more arcade style that's similar to like you cannot discount those things. I have said this a lot, and like I said it on Twitter as well. People just sometimes want to interact with your game with no consequence, right? Like with little consequence. Obviously, in one player games, it's not competitive. It's different because you can get to a boss. If the boss is hard and you can't kill it, you got save points and you learn a pattern and you fight it. But like you play a fighting game and like, oh, I see my opponent does this pattern. I know how to stop it. And then they don't do it anymore and you're like, what the hell? And then they kill you and you're just like, like people want to have consequenceless ways to play video games. And to be honest with you, when you play a one player game, like let's say you're playing even a Souls game, right? Like obviously you have to go back and get your souls. So they did add some consequence in there. And personally, I hate the mechanic, which should tell you something. But like a lot of video games, like let's say you're playing one of the Metroidvanias, the Castlevania Metroidvanias, right? There's a boss, super hard. It's always a save point right next to it. The truth is, dying to this boss 17 times in a row is consequenceless. So a lot of these one player games are naturally consequenceless by default. It doesn't matter if you die a bunch of times. You keep reloading the save and you're in the exact same spot. But with fighting games, if ranked is the main way you play, there's always consequences. And it hurts a lot of people because after they're done working, they just want to go home and relax. And so having a battle hub helps a lot. You know, having a nice way to get just those player matches helps. And if you don't even want to interact with anybody, you can go play in World Tour. Dude, like I said, I've gone to Battle Hub, played matches, and then went and played like Strider in the Battle Hub. Like I was just like, oh, and I just run over to the machines and I play Strider. Like you don't see a lot of people sitting on the machines, but it's there. But it's there for you to play. Having the ability to play the game consequenceless is so important, and people don't understand that. It's crazy. So I think Street Fighter 6 being able to grow this big, and this is why I was so frustrated, because literally Street Fighter 6 kind of showed us like the roadmap. Like if you want your game to be successful, look at all the things that we took the time to put in and look how successful we are. So if you put in the time, you might have better success. So I was hoping a lot of fighting companies would see that and be like, okay, let's take the time to build up more cool one player modes and stuff. And until until Virtua Fighter 6, we haven't seen that. Like I said, even 2XKO. And I'm sure they wanted to do all of this stuff. And I'm sure a lot of it is budgets and crazy things like that. But 2XKO came out and had no other content. It was just ranked, right? Like it's crazy. Oh man. Okay. Um. And the crazy thing too, Impact Zone says they glaze the game so much like it's the best Street Fighter ever made. It's not even just that. You have to remember when Street Fighter 6 came out, people legitimately thought like it was one of the best Street Fighters because we didn't realize how strong like Raw, Drive Rush, and all these things were gonna be. But when that game first came out, there was a honeymoon period like I can't even describe. Everybody was talking about how great the game was and how well the mechanics all mixed and blended, and they were like, they thought this out so well, da 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 da. Like there was a honeymoon period for that game for a long time. So like I don't want people thinking that people have been mad at this game since the beginning. It was very pot, and people were like, "It's actually a video game. It's not just a fighting game. It's a real video game." Like everybody was glazing this game when it first came out, and if you don't think that's true, you're just deciding to lie to yourself and ignore what actually happened. You're trying to pretend real history didn't happen. This game got glazed a lot on release. It did. And like I said, I still enjoy it. I still enjoy it, you know? Let's see here. Blah, 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 blah. So it's like the chip right here. SF2 is the big hotness starting in 1991. FPS is the hotness today. Turkish Russia, if you want to support. More rhetorical question. I'm not huge, not huge, but pretty juggles. Throw players to the wolves. I mean, it is City of the Wolves. Fair. Brandon Fisher says, who? Mike Jones. He was one of the people on the YouTube chatting over here. So yeah, I love City of the Wolves, he says. Robert is a war crime, though. Yeah, that's right. I've heard Robert is a problem right now. Let's see. It's been more than a decade since I dabbled into VF5, so I'll defer to you and others on that. I'm gonna say, no, yeah, there's some folks on the West Coast who would be willing to help you if you want to get into VF5. Check out LA Gathering. I think it's in October this year. Yeah, I'd definitely like to go and hang out there. So, if controls were the main reason, then Smash could have also blown up in the VTuber community like Street Fighter 6, but it didn't. Yeah, I mean, but like, it's not the main reason. That's the thing, right? Everything that I'm talking about isn't the main reason, but that's why it's so important, is because there are enough small reasons that whoever you are, you will find a way to play the game and find a way to make it appealing. It's not just that it has modern controls, it's that it has modern controls and World Tour and Battle Hub and popular people playing the game, and they do the Street Fighter League, and like it's everything. And that's the thing. A lot of people who are making these games don't realize how important it is to try, like, cast a wide net. Cast a wide net. Try to capture as many people as possible. Friend slop games where it takes zero to get into is not comparable to a game you actually need to put in a lot of effort and time to accomplish anything. So wait, did I make a bad comparison, or are you talking to somebody else, Mike Lee? You'll have to clarify that. I don't know what that was in reference to. I never had that honeymoon. I saw that had parries, and I was like, meh. Well, the parries weren't even like, Street Fighter 6 parries. I mean, Street Fighter 3 parries. I will praise the drive system until the day I die. I think the drive system is literally my favorite thing about Street Fighter 6. Like the fact that it creates this extra thing that you have to keep track of. And like, it's a really good way to make people have to use different combo routes, etc., etc. I don't like the fact that you can resource dump into a level 3. Again, anybody who's been listening to my stream for a long time, level 3s are the thing that I want changed the most. I think level 3s are the thing that are causing the majority of the problems in the game. without rebalancing level threes, a lot of things like throw loops and raw drive rushes will remain being powerful. It'll be harder to balance those things without balancing level three. That's my opinion. If you watch Crazy Raccoon Cup or any of the VTuber essays, it is a friendship game to them. Of course, the pros help them get over the beginner threshold, but they focus more on the player story than their gameplay. Yeah, but the thing is, like, the VTubers were able to play and then they stuck with it, and their audiences see them play and see them struggle and see them stick with it. But I'm sure a lot of the VTubers, like, there's a lot of people out there who are like, oh my God, just watch Tyler One play. He just moderns and, like, just uses the canned combos all day. You know what? He can. And we shouldn't be upset about that. Like, the people out there who spend all that time trying to, you know, strike down on that. Like, you suck. Like, oh my God, I can't believe dude, he's playing the game a fucking lot. And he's introducing the game to a lot of people out there, right? So, like, you know, okay, like, you don't like modern control, whatever, but, like, it's there and it's letting people get into the game. You know what I mean? Like, that is important, honestly. So, I both glaze World Tour and curse Simpleton Controls. I still play it though. It wasn't just a honeymoon. But again, like, the Simpleton Controls haven't done anything yet. Like, everyone's like, I hate the Simpleton Controls. But the Simpleton Control, like, the modern controls have had no effect, right? Like, outside of, like, Chris G maybe, and, like, that one modern Aki player. But, like, I don't think that those things are what are attributing to their success. If you think Chris G is doing well in Street Fighter 6 because of modern controls, look, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, the reason why he makes modern controls works is because he understands how to use the advantages that it has. But Chris G is a world class player, and he's not winning every single Street Fighter 6 tournament out there. So, like, are you going to tell me that modern controls are broken? Like, they've literally have not affected the game in a negative way at all. Right? Like, there's literally no negative effect of modern controls so far. Oh man. Let's see, they realized that Street Fighter 5 in its late state was actually great, and they were like, okay, I'll buy Street Fighter 6. I mean, oh, the whole arc of Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6 is like crazy. So it's so weird. Such a weird situation. Yeah, I mean, for sure, the one and dunning and the banning and all that stuff like that. But that's not like that's Tyler One, right? Like, that's kind of his, like, that's what you know. Like, if you know who Tyler One is, like, that's kind of one of the things that you watch, and it's funny, and you laugh about it because that's how he is, right? So, like, it's not like it's a sign that it's like, oh, well, Street Fighter 6 is badly designed, right? Like, it has nothing to do with the Street Fighter 6 aspect about it. So, before this weekend, we're up against the wall against an army of pissed off smashers. Like I said, well, Mike Jones, like, I even retweeted somebody else who was saying, like, if, like, this guy was a modern player, or I don't remember if there was a modern, or if they were anti-modern or whatever, but they were like, intermediate players don't understand how to fight modern players well enough. Like, there are strategies on how to beat modern players, and you have to be smart enough to know how to do that. And so, yeah, a lot of times it feels bad because the thing about it is, here, look, let's put it this way, right? The majority of the players you fight are classic players. So when you fight a modern player, it forces you to have to change the way you approach the match. just like if you fight a zoner, just like if you fight a grappler. Someone told me they hated fighting Zangief with Cammy because every time they dive kicked, he would get SPD. And I said, why are you dive kicking? And they're like, but that's what you do with Cammy. And I'm like, not against Zangief. Don't dive kick at him. And it's uncomfortable to have to play a way that you don't like to play. Now, if, let's say, in some crazy world like Street Fighter 6, modern controls was introduced in Street Fighter 4 and we've all been playing modern controls this whole time, we would already have these strategies on how to deal with people who can DP at a button press and level 3 super through our things. We would just be smarter at faking these things and understanding how to confuse people a little bit more. We wouldn't even be mad about it. But because that's not the norm of how you're supposed to play, like you're like, I jumped in on this guy and he didn't react, hoo-hoo, and then you fight a modern player and they react to your jump every time, you're like, this sucks, this is stupid, because you don't want to change the way you play. If that was the normal way we'd play, nobody would care. Just like I always use like the hyper hop example in KOF. The players who play KOF don't care about hyper hops. Hyper hops are really strong. They don't care because they've been dealing with it for like 40 years, like 30 years, right? So that's just the thing. Is like when you fight against a modern player, if you know they're modern, you approach them differently. They have weaknesses that like they are so high strung on reacting to things that you can bait things out of them so easily. Like it's crazy. Like if you're fighting against a modern player and like let's say they're about to lose and they have a level 3, walk up to them and drive parry. Like don't rush, just drive parry. See what happens. They might just activate the level 3 because they saw green. With Kimberly, I just love doing empty run. I just empty run and then they level 3 and I block it and I kill them. You know, like you can take advantage of people who play on modern. You just have to be willing to change the way you play against it. So like that's the thing. So oh, let's see here. Evo is propping. Yeah, I don't know why it's people got an audience. Again, like I've done the events for Tyler One. You know, I've commentated his tournaments that he runs, where he runs the modern tournaments. And I'll tell you, man, like I've had conversations with him behind the scenes, etc., etc. Dude, like he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. Like I just sit there and talk to him about how much he is loving life as a father of two girls. Like he just had a baby girl like within the last year. And I just sit there and have conversations where he's just talking about how like, oh my God, having these two daughters like changes the way you think about things, like all the stuff and da 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 and all these things like that. So like I'm again like I've worked with him, so I'm not gonna be like I think that this like I think it's cool that Evo's having him do stuff like this. I think that's cool. I think it's cool. Okay, so uh, when he's not raging to be entertaining, he's insanely positive in the next breath. Yeah, no, that is absolutely true. And that's the thing, right? So, and yeah, he's even talked to me about like, oh, in the past, you know, he was more toxic and now not as much. So, you know, yeah, see, like, sure, he gets mad, but then 2 minutes later, he'll talk up the game and how great it is and how he actually loves it. You know, that's the thing. It's like, and he wouldn't put on these Street Fighter 6 tournaments if he wasn't enjoying them. Like, he's not going to get more viewers on his stream because he's streaming Street Fighter 6 than what he normally streams. You know what I mean? Like, streaming Street Fighter 6 and running tournaments for that is a recipe for probably smaller views for him. So, you know, he's doing it because he likes it. And, you know, when I talk to him and stuff like that, like, I really do
I like talking with him. Like, again, my interaction with him is limited compared to a lot of other people. So, obviously I can't just be like, he's awesome, like kind of stuff. But like, genuinely, like, when I talk to him, like, I like that he's playing fighting games. I think I like that he's playing fighting games. But yeah, boy, I've been talking about this Evo stuff forever. I'm never gonna analyze this video. I'm never gonna analyze this match video. I'm telling you, man. I purposely only put two topics here because I was like, there's no way I'm gonna miss this now. Oh man. Jesus, it's already 11:30. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I only put two topics. Okay. Dude, I gotta be better about streaming more often, but I want to do all those Vampire Savior videos that I haven't done yet. Like tomorrow, I'm gonna try to do the Yasmin stuff, and then I'll probably do some Vampire Savior stuff. But if I want to take a break from the VS stuff, which is impossible because I love Vampire Savior to death, maybe I'll try to review it. Because I mean, it's a long match. So if I start on this now, we're not ending the stream until like 3 hours later. So oh yeah, for sure. From the man. Like I like that. I do like this. The reason why I let it happen all the time is I do like it when the conversation goes into a bunch of different topics because I think there's a lot of good topics to talk about and it's very important. I do want to analyze stuff because I still do want to help people learn fighting games and also I mean, maybe I'll just analyze it off stream and then just turn it into a YouTube video or something like that. But that those kind of analysis videos, I think, do well for the channel. And as a content creator, I have to admit that yes, a lot of the times I have to stream things thinking about what will be popular on YouTube because as I've told many people, being able to afford food is nice. So, I still have to think that way. So, match analysis videos like that tend to do pretty decently. And especially if I'm like analyzing Punk versus MenaRD, like people will be like, oh shit, what's going on here? So, that's how it works. That's how it works. So, Guile win quote VSAB video tomorrow. Do you know what he's doing? I'm gonna try to tone it down when I do the next VSAB stream, hopefully tomorrow, so that I don't sit there and go on forever and ever and ever and stuff. But I'm definitely gonna try to get through it pretty fast. So it's like 70 minutes long. Jesus. Okay. Well, it sounds like a lot of people are trying to do stuff like that. So, oh dang, you actually got to play some people with an Icarus last night. How did that go? On Fightcade? Cool, cool. Well, I don't have a lot of analysis videos. That's the problem. But like I had one analysis video that did really, really well, and unfortunately, it got demonetized because people who where that event took place were like, nope, this is our content. Sorry. So unfortunately, that video got demonetized. So that was like, yay. Okay, thanks. God, how many views did it get up to? I forgot here. I don't know if I can find it at this point. So, it was a while ago. It was a while ago. So, anyways, It's fine. It's fine, whatever. If people watch it and they enjoy it, that's good, right? And honestly, like a lot of these videos I've been putting out, I mean, my sub rate is going up a little bit, my views are going up a little bit, my watch time is going up a little bit. So, it's not looking too bad, but gotta keep working on it, and it's really, really hard. It's really, really hard. So, let me see. Worst thing is, like, it's always the controversial videos that actually get the most views. It's crazy. I hate that. I hate that. Oh, man. Hi. Hi. Hi, Nathan. Oh, it's not quite time for dinner yet. You're early, Nathan. Early, Nathan. Let me see something. No, it wasn't that. What video was it? Oh, forget it. I'm not gonna try looking for it. Um. Oh yeah, the content creator gig is rough, man. Uh. Yeah, I heard it's often the haters that are the people that make your stuff grow the most. Yep, unfortunately. I just need to have more videos of headbutting cats like Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Headbutt. Headbutt. Hmm. Hi, Nathan. Oh, you're so cute. You're so adorable, Nathan. You're so adorable. Yeah? Hi, Nathan. Dude, I don't know if you guys can see it, but every time I go up to kiss his nose, he like blinks his eyes like, oh god, I gotta deal with the proximity of this guy. Oh my god. Oh, what a cutie little guy. What a cutie little guy. What about the videos where content creators get surprised by something that they really like on Nintendo Direct, like Max Dude getting the MVC2 or CVS2 surprises on Nintendo Direct? Yeah, those definitely do well depending on who is doing that, right? Because some people are more suited for reaction videos than others. I'm not sure I'm the right person for reaction videos. I mean, I'll definitely get hyped for some things. Ah, Nathan, you're stuck. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, no, Nathan's very well behaved. I still say it was my ex's training on him because he certainly did not like being hugged. But like my ex would just grab him, wrap him in a blanket, and hug him, and he would just sit there like, like there was like he just succumbed to his fate. He was like, "This is my life now." So I definitely either blame or give credit to my ex for making Nathan this way. Oh, good boy. He just like turned his head to the camera. He was like, "This is what I have to go through." If he had thought bubbles right now, he would just be like, "Why? Why does this always happen?" Mwah. Here you go, Nathan. All right, I gotta be better about making sure I stream a bunch of times this week. Last week I was gonna do that and I failed, so I'm gonna do that some more. But tomorrow I'll try to do a reaction to Yasmin and then continue forward with the Street Fighter, with the Vampire Savior stuff and talking about how Vampire Savior works and stuff. So I'm excited to get people excited about that game. Like I said, I've been trying to play it. I haven't played it recently because I just haven't had the opportunity. Because, like I said, this last week I got really into this weird cleaning phase where I started trying to clean everything in my house. And there are parts of my house that, like, I haven't seen the carpet in like 10 years that I finally see again for the first time in a long time. So, like, I've been succeeding in the cleaning, so yeah. Oh man. Hey, what's up, Archer? Yeah, you're late because I'm about to log off at this point. So I'm probably gonna go ahead and call it a night now. Well, thank you, thank you, Kazuyajin. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. I've already talked about you a bunch in my stream. I already talked about you in my stream when, like, my last stream talking about Vampire Savior. I was just like, yeah, a friend of mine showed me how to do this, and oh, a friend of mine, pointed me to this push block video, blah 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 blah, and all that stuff like that. So, I've already been giving you your props. So, but yeah, I don't do thumbnails anymore. I wish I did. Actually, let's just do a couple of thumbnails for no reason here. All right, couple of thumbnails. Nathan is getting annoyed now. So, oh yeah, let's raid Justin Wong then. Let's do that. It's a good idea because he's got a lot of viewers, and sometimes you raid streams with a lot of viewers who are much bigger than you, so that way they know you exist, right? So there's a lot of people there, and so that they know you exist, kind of thing. So someday maybe I'll get. I mean, it's crazy because I'm always watching. I'm always streaming so late at night. So what is he doing? He's not gaming right now. He's just talking. What's he doing? What is this? I don't even know what's going on. Oh well, you know what? Let's go ahead and raid him then. So, Nathan. Oh, it's Jay Wong GGG, if I'm not mistaken. There we go. All right. I'll try to stream again tomorrow. Guys, if you're on my Discord, yell at me, be like, James, stream more. Make me feel guilty. So, there's the Discord. If you are on Twitch, let me get that to you. If you are on YouTube as well, let's do this. What the hell? Why is this not working? Why are you not working? All right, you know what? Let's see if I can do it this way. There we go. Okay, yeah, there we go. There it is. You can join the Discord there. But guys, just like yell at me and be like, stream more, James, stream more. And then I will be like, okay. So I'll try. Anyways, thanks guys for watching. Thanks guys for tuning in. And of course, the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
All right, don't go anywhere, guys. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'm gonna raid. Let's do this. Let's send a few viewers over there. All right, guys. I'll see you later. Peace out.